Chapter 500. The second day. Someone came to the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor from Chao Wu Pavilion. They were looking for Li Zongjiu. As a result, in this reception room, Ling Yan and a group of people in front of him who looked like adults, but were actually a group of little brats, sat together. Why are you looking for Li Zongjiu? Ling Yan furrowed his brows as he looked at the people from the Imperial Martial Pavilion in front of him. The two institutions had been friends for many years. Even if there was a problem, it would be solved between the institutions. Since when did these students come to find trouble? Wasn't this just a joke? If it wasn't for the pressure from the higher-ups, Ling Yan wouldn't be sitting here. He heard that the background behind these people wasn't simple. Someone had greeted the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, so it was impossible to let this matter go. Hello, Teacher Ling Yan. I'm Chao Wu Pavilion's Blazing Sword Union's Vice President, Wan Zhong. My member told me yesterday that he had some conflicts with Li Zongjiu. That's why I'm here. I want to confront Li Zongjiu face to face. Let's clear things up so it can be solved easily. Don't you think so? Ling Ao Tian didn't say anything. The one who spoke was Wan Zhong. In these situations, Wan Zhong seemed to be able to handle it with ease. You guys really have nothing better to do. Who's your instructor? I'll look for him directly. Behind the establishment of every society, there would be an instructor. If something happened, the instructor would be responsible. However, most of the people who knew about the instructor were just in name. There wasn't much substance in it. We can handle this matter ourselves. There's no need for an instructor to come. If Instructor Ling Yan can understand, please make an exception. He hit our people. If it's not enough, an apology is necessary. As long as Li Zongjiu can apologize and admit his mistake, our Blazing Sword Union won't pursue this matter. Wan Zhong said indifferently. As for Ling Yan, he rolled his eyes. You guys really think of yourselves as a tree. At best, you're just a cabbage. I think your assessment task is too easy. You guys have caused so much trouble. I'll talk to the Dean of Chao Wu Pavilion later. Blazing Sword Alliance, right? I'll remember that. If I see any of you in the vicinity of the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor, I will throw all of you out. Ling Yan's temper was like a volcano, exploding at the slightest provocation. You actually want the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor's students to apologize to you? What a joke. He had long said that these messy society systems should be abolished. Now, they were all raised to be gang leaders and thought that they were very powerful. They even dared to negotiate with their teachers. In the eyes of these grade 5 alchemists of Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, these people of Martial Tide Pavilion were just some crude martial artists. Just casually refining a pill was enough to make these people bleed. They did not put these people of Martial Tide Pavilion in their eyes at all. Ling Yan directly slammed the door and left, leaving the members of the Blazing Sword Union sitting there in a daze. This was very different from what they had expected. How could it be like this? It was really unexpected. They never thought that these people would be so protective of Li Zongjiu. Moreover, their attitude was so unyielding. Most importantly, they did not put the Blazing Sword Union in their eyes at all. If they were in Martial Tide Pavilion, the name of the Blazing Sword Union would be very useful. One of the 3 major societies. No one dared to provoke them. After all, Martial Tide Pavilion was a place where victory and defeat were decided with their fists. However, outside the boundaries of the Imperial Martial Pavilion, any association or the like would be useless. Furthermore, everyone's strength was about the same, so they naturally wouldn't bother with you. This was why their Blazing Sword Union was so unwelcome. For a moment they found it hard to accept. However, they quickly woke up. What did this bitch say? Immediately, someone said angrily. They almost did not react in time. This woman slammed the door and left. When had they ever been treated like this? If the Blazing Sword Union went to other academies, they would be provided with good food and drink. There would even be some beautiful female students who would accompany them the entire time. However, when they came to Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, they actually met with Ling Yan's cold face. It was really hard for them to accept. However, they could not do anything about it. Could it be that they had to rush out and capture Ling Yan and beat him up? Looks like Heavenly Star Medicine Manor has decided to protect Li Zhongjie. This matter, we can only let young master step forward, Ling Ao Tian said in a deep voice. Obviously, their face was not big enough. That was why he was rejected so harshly. If that was the case, he could only bring out someone even more powerful. Don't worry, Union Chief. Young Master is just the beginning. Since they don't put Teacher Minghui in their eyes, let's inform Teacher Minghui. Wan Zhong said indifferently. Teacher Minghui was the instructor of their Blazing Sword Union. Looking at Ling Yan's expression, it seemed that even if Teacher Minghui was brought out, these people would not put him in their eyes. If they did not put him in their eyes, it would be just right to intensify the conflict. In this way, the Blazing Sword Union and Heavenly Star Medicine Manor would definitely be in a difficult situation. If they wanted to settle this matter, they would have to spend a lot of effort and pay a price. When Ling Ao Tian heard this, he first glanced at Wan Zhong and frowned. There's no need to report to young master. Of course, young master has already stepped forward. If young master appears one after another, what's the use of our Blazing Sword Union? Aside from this open confrontation, we must also take action in the dark. Send people to monitor the various exits of Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. If Li Zhongjie is found, take him down immediately. In addition, Li Zhongjie is a student of Heavenly STEM Department's A class. There's another person in his class. This person definitely knows the whereabouts of Li Zhongjie. Take him down as well. I don't believe that he won't appear. Wan Zhong said. People who were born in the Imperial Martial Pavilion did not have so many rules to speak of. Everything depended on the size of one's fist. Whoever had the bigger fist would do the right thing. If one could not defeat the other party, then it was naturally a different matter. After being arrogant for so long, they were naturally used to such a style. In fact, in the eyes of these people from the Blazing Sword Union, there was no problem at all. Very well, we'll do as you say. Li Zhongjie will definitely not get away with it. Ling Ao Tian slammed the table and left the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor with the people behind him. Before the battle had even begun, they had already suffered a defeat at the hands of Ling Yan. If it was someone else, then the name Blazing Sword Union might have some use. Chapter 501. Li Zhongjie didn't know that because of his actions, a storm was brewing in the Imperial Martial Pavilion. Moreover, it was directed at the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Although it might not have any effect in the end, it would still affect Li Zhongjie. Li Zhongjie only knew that he was in the process. He was also trying his best to catch up with the other party. However, the Genius Pavilion shouldn't be anxious. They must fight steadily and surely. Li Zhongjie naturally believed it. Although the other party had concealed his strength, it was almost impossible for him to catch up with them at this speed, except for the first few stages. Therefore, Li Zhongjie wasn't in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Li Zhongjie took another step forward. He stepped into the 12th level. Li Zhongjie's physical strength and mental energy had been greatly consumed on the 12th level. There were still 2 more levels to go, so he immediately retreated from them. This was like an enhanced version of intensive training. If he kept rushing forward, it was very likely that he would bring about overwhelming damage to himself. He must have a balance between tension and relaxation to be able to adjust his body's condition well. At the same time, Li Zhongjie also needed to come out and see how much the outside world had changed in the past half a month. Most importantly, he also needed to check on the progress of the matters that he had instructed. Li Zhongjie walked out of the Genius Pavilion. At this moment, he actually felt like he could see the sun again. The person who was originally in charge of the Genius Pavilion's key had been replaced. He found a mentor to replace him. This kind of job was originally an idle one, and there was no skill involved. Therefore, it was Kongzhua's turn. However, Kongzhua had lost a lot of face. Recently, he was too embarrassed to appear in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. If he was seen by others and brought up again, wouldn't it be extremely embarrassing? As for Li Zongjiu's behavior, although Kongzhua condemned it, Li Zongjiu was too arrogant. Almost no one in the entire Heavenly Star Medicine Manor could subdue him. Therefore, Li Zongjiu walked out of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor very smoothly. He came to the Great Pleasure Casino. Recently, the Great Pleasure Casino could be said to be at its peak. Tai-Fi was expanding without restraint. Although his strength wasn't enough, he had money and a backer. This backer could solve many problems secretly. As long as someone blocked his way, he only needed to hand Li Zongjiu's house a slip of paper and it would be easily settled. Therefore, Tai-Fi's path of annexation was exceptionally smooth. From the beginning until now, it had been nearly 2 months. Now, several Gold Star Medicine Manor. And this was because Tai-Feihe couldn't make the decision on these matters. In addition, the only official information left by Li Zongjiu was the manor on White Deer Avenue. Therefore, Tai-Fi directly helped Li Zongjiu to give him a name and become the head of the manor. White Deer Manor. Currently, 60% of the casinos in the city had been annexed by the Great Pleasure Casino. Together with the Golden Casino, these two giants took the lead and directly took the majority of the stones. Currently, in the Yuntong Bank, the White Deer Manor's account had an additional 46 billion purple yuan. And this number was still increasing. This was the initial income. The majority of the money would have to be distributed later. Currently, the wealth of the White Deer Manor was increasing by 5 billion every day. This was a part of accumulating wealth in the early stages. Once the situation stabilized, or if they were to fight a bigger war, this number would be depleted very quickly. With such a large number, coupled with the recent achievements, even Tai-Fi himself couldn't believe that he had such an achievement. If Li Zongjiu hadn't forced him, he really wouldn't have believed it. However, most of the matters were solved by the people of the White Deer Manor. Tai-Fi was also very clear about this. If the problem of the Azure Dragon Gang had not been solved at the beginning, Tai-Fi wouldn't have had a chance today. Now that the Azure Dragon Gang's power was gone, they could only protect some of their remaining businesses. In addition, there was still the Crocodile Gang and the Blue Tiger Gang behind them. The Azure Dragon Gang's influence was not as great as before. The Crocodile Gang and the Blue Tiger Gang had a certain foundation before. However, this strength didn't spread throughout the city. Now, in the city, these people could be considered to have a say. For example, the Great Delight Casino was one of the top establishments in the entire Sacred Flame Royal City. The remaining parts are basically in the hands of these two gangs, and there seems to be someone helping them behind the scenes. We can't fight them for the time being. Tai-Fi told Li Zongjiu about the recent situation. Blue Tiger Gang? Crocodile Gang? Li Zongjiu knocked on the table. Who supported them after they were defeated? Hearing Li Zongjiu's question, Tai-Fi was secretly surprised. However, he knew about Li Zongjiu's ability. He said in a deep voice, "Based on the information we have collected so far, it is very likely that the princes in the Imperial City are manipulating the situation behind the scenes." Tai-Fi said, "The princes manipulating the situation?" It was almost time to appoint the crown prince. If these princes wanted to truly stand out and not be eliminated by others, then they must have their own forces. Only then could they survive this wave of turmoil. If they wanted to fight for the position of the crown prince, they would need a lot of money. Where the money would come from would depend on their own means. Therefore, it was very normal for the princes to be involved in this. Even some of the influential clans and business clans in the city had to find their own backing. Only by standing on the right side would they be able to achieve meteoric success and advance further in the future. If they failed, then what awaited them would be eternal damnation. Therefore, in the early days there were very few people who could choose a team. Also, there is one more thing. What is it? Li Zongjiu asked. The Empress of 9 Victories wants to work with us. She has another gold-level casino under her control. What's there to cooperate with? Just swallow it up, Li Zongjiu said. Could it be that he was afraid of this? Behind the Empress of 9 Victories is the Pan family. Recently, we found out that the Pan family seems to have close ties with the 9th Prince. In this underground, almost all kinds of information were flying around. Therefore, to be able to gather so much information was a testament to Taifai's strength. The 9th Prince? If he wants to take my territory, even if he is a leak, he won't stand a chance, let alone the 9th Prince. Let's go immediately. Today, I will personally take action. Chapter 502. Li Zongjiu naturally wouldn't fall for this bullshit prince's trick. So what if you're the 9th Prince? If Li Zongjiu earned all this money, it would be for the sake of the Li family. He didn't expect that he, the dignified evil lord of this generation, would actually go to the sea to do business. This was simply a disgrace to a supreme being expert. If Li Zongjiu's cultivation returned to its peak, it would be hard for him to forget today's experience. However, Li Zongjiu and the others still hadn't left the Broad Delight Casino. They heard a few sounds of destruction coming from downstairs. Tell Li Zongjiu to get the hell out here. We just saw him come in. Otherwise, I'll tear down your gambling tables one by one. The people of the Blazing Sword Union had been guarding Li Zongjiu day and night. Who would have thought that they would wait for nearly half a month? They were about to go crazy from waiting. When they saw Li Zongjiu walk past them, they didn't even have time to react. When they finally reacted, they had to suppress the speed because they didn't have enough people. They only had 2 people to work in shift. They heard that Li Zongjiu was a dangerous person. Of course, they had to be prepared. Otherwise, if they were killed by Li Zongjiu, it would be very shameful and they would suffer another loss. Therefore, they followed Li Zongjiu all the way to the Broad Delight Casino. A student of the dignified Heavenly Star Medicine Manor actually mingled in a casino. He went straight to the casino as soon as he came out of the school. Obviously, this guy was addicted to gambling and wasn't a good person. They immediately left some people to guard the casino while the rest went back to call for reinforcements. There were about 8 of them in total. 2 of them were high-ranking members of the Blazing Sword Union. They had the same status as Jean Buffon. The 2 of them made a prompt decision. If the 8 of them couldn't even catch one, then what was the use of keeping them? Therefore, the 8 of them directly rushed into the casino. Originally, they wanted to reveal their identities and directly arrest them. However, who knew that the people in the casino were very stubborn? They didn't even care about what club they were from. They didn't even put the Imperial Martial Pavilion in their eyes. They were just a group of students who hadn't graduated yet. Did they really think that they were masters? In less than 2 sentences, he directly attacked. Needless to say, the strength of the Imperial Martial Pavilion students went without saying. Even the current spectators of the Great Joy Casino were far from being a match for them. After a few rounds, almost all of them were defeated. The 8 members of the Blazing Sword Alliance also raised the corners of their mouths slightly. They were quite satisfied and happy with their battle result. Take down all the people around you. One of the higher-ups of the Blazing Sword Union stepped on the chest of one of them and said indifferently to the people in the casino, "The casino is closed today, all of you scram." A portion of the people left. After all, it was the first time they encountered such a situation. If they really killed in a while, the scene of blood splashing everywhere would be very cruel. However, there were still some people who continued to play by themselves. They didn't care about the words of these little brats at all. Such a scene often happened recently. However, it was no accident that all of them were solved by the Great Joy Casino. In order to better maintain the security of the casino, they paid a huge price to gather all the experts in the market, just to play a role at this time. Taifai walked out and saw this scene. His face was incomparably pale. These young people were really arrogant. Did they really not know how to write the word death? They actually ran into Li Zhongjio's territory and asked Li Zhongjio to scram to see them. "Who are you? How dare you make trouble in my territory?" Taifai said with a black face. These little brats in front of him dared to be arrogant in front of him. If he couldn't even deal with such a thing, Taifai didn't need to stay here anymore. "You are the person in charge, right? Ask Li Zhongjio to scram to see us. We are here to find someone, not to cause trouble." "Not to cause trouble? Interesting. You injured more than 20 of my brothers, and you dare to tell me that you are not here to cause trouble? If I let you leave safely, then I, Taifai, will become a vegetarian," Taifai suddenly said coldly. "These people are blind, blocking our way, they deserve to be injured. We are still giving you face. Hand over the person and we will leave. Otherwise, even if we burn down your casino, nothing will happen. Do you believe it or not?" The people of the Blazing Sword League said. It seemed that they were used to being arrogant. They even dared to threaten the people of the casino. In the face of these arrogant and stupid young people, Taifai naturally wanted to teach them a good lesson. "Hang them up," Taifai ordered. Suddenly, a few people walked out from the surrounding basic passageways. There were a total of 6 people. However, the aura of these 6 people gave off an indescribable sense of oppression. It was so oppressive that it was impossible to pass through. One of them was wearing iron boot. Every step he took left a deep imprint on the ground. He wore a series of rings on his fingers. He looked extremely terrifying. His tall stature indeed gave them a great sense of oppression. This caused the 8 people of the Blazing Sword League to retreat. The other people were also filled with murderous intent. The aura released from their bodies almost forced them into a corner. "It's them, the 6-headed butcher. A first-class adventurer team, the 6-headed butcher," someone exclaimed. "No wonder these people look so familiar." As members of the Imperial Martial Pavilion, they would often accept missions from the Celestial Rain Pavilion to train themselves. Everyone would even become an adventurer of the Celestial Rain Pavilion and go on some adventure missions. Adventurers were also divided into rank. Most of them were from the 1st grade to the 9th grade. This didn't represent strength. It only represented one's own experience and mission success rate. Adventurer teams were different. Legend had it that they were the lowest 6th grade adventurer teams and the highest 1st grade adventurer teams. To be able to become a first-class adventurer team, it was basically formed by some experts. Only with this kind of strength could he become the recruitment target of the major merchants when they were transporting goods. For a first-class adventurer team, the commission for a day alone would exceed 10 million gold yuan. The Broad Delight Casino was actually this rich. Just recruiting these people was probably a very expensive thing in itself. However, what they were worried about now wasn't just money. It was their safety. "You know our name. Looks like you're not stupid." Then, the 6 experts quickly used their true strength to show these people that the realm of origin power didn't represent one's true strength. In just a few moments they took down these children. 6 against 8. These 8 people didn't have much strength to fight back. Among the 6 people of the 6-headed butcher, the strongest was only a 6th grade origin ancestor. The weakest was only a 3rd grade origin ancestor. However, the average strength of the Imperial Martial Pavilion students was a 5th grade origin ancestor. The other 2 were 7th grade origin ancestors. However, it was useless. Chapter 503. Young Master, how should we deal with these people? Taifai asked. Where did these people come from? Forget it. Just beat them up and throw them out. Li Zhongjio said indifferently. He wanted to find out where these people came from and why they came to catch him. It was a comedy to think that they could catch him with such a low level of skill. However, they were just some students. Since they were so arrogant, he would teach them how not to be arrogant. He didn't care where they came from. He ordered his men to detain these people. If anyone came to find him, they would have to pay a ransom of 50 million purple coins to take them away. As for killing these brats, there was no need to do so at the moment. Therefore, he decided to keep them alive for the time being. In the future, if they were more arrogant and caused more serious trouble, it would be very normal for their families to be destroyed. There was nothing strange about it. Therefore, if they really wanted to punish these people, they would have to nurture these brats and strengthen their destructive abilities. One day, they would provoke people that even their family elders couldn't afford to provoke. When that time came, everything would start to feel terrible. Taifai led the way in front. 2 carriages and more than 10 fast horses flew towards the casino of the Queen of 9 Victories. Li Zongjiu didn't do any business before, and he didn't have any concept of money. But now, after killing a few people and giving a few orders, tens of billions of purple yuan appeared in his account. He didn't need to work so hard to earn money and treat people's illnesses. Sparrow Saint Casino. The Queen of 9 Victories was good at playing Pai Gao. Therefore, the main gambling tables in her casinos were also used for these things. A large group of people came directly to the Sparrow Saint Casino and dismounted. Li Zongjiu walked out of the carriage and saw the casino. The exterior decoration didn't lose to the Great Joy Casino, but it had a more Toreya aura. As a casino opened by a woman, it naturally had a different style. Even a different kind of service was available. In this casino, if your number of wins and losses reached a certain level, you would be given a special service. In addition, when you entered the casino, you could also choose a woman to accompany you to play. This method was naturally very novel in the eyes of others. There were gambles and games. Of course, he wasn't willing to give up such a good opportunity. Therefore, as soon as this kind of game was introduced, it was liked by many people. Now, these people were lingering here, forgetting to leave, and for a time, it was all the rage. It was already close to afternoon. In the casino, other than some gamblers who stayed out all night, most of the people were just drinking free alcohol at the bar counter, waiting for the liveliness to begin. At the same time, during this process, they could find opportunities to make a huge profit. When Li Zongjiu and the others arrived, the people in the Sparrow Saint Casino immediately became nervous. Taifai, what do you mean by making trouble in my place? Before Taifai and the others walked up the stairs and into the casino, they already saw the Sparrow Saint Casino's people coming out. The person in the lead was also acquainted with Taifai. His name was Three Blades Lu. It wasn't that this person was good at the 3 blades slash, but because he had a total of 3 blades on his body. Ordinary people would have been beheaded by the time he made the 2nd slash. Even now, no one knew where 3 Blades Lu's 3rd blade was hidden on his body. Some people said that the 3rd blade didn't exist at all because 3 Blades Lu himself was the 3rd blade. There were also people who said that those who had seen the 3rd saber were all dead, so naturally, no one knew where it was hidden. A person with such means was naturally not to be trifled with. 3 Blades Lu had never explained his 3rd blade. Many people in the underworld had to give 3 Blades Lu face when they saw him, so the Sparrow Saint Casino had always been very stable and prosperous. Aren't you being a little too rude, 3 Blades Lu? My young master only wants to take a look at your casino, and yet you've brought so many people to stop him outside. Who's the one who's not giving face here? Taifai snorted coldly. Young master? The word immediately alerted 3 Blades Lu. Taifai had been making a lot of moves recently, and even the Sparrow Saint Casino had been targeted by him. He had sent several ultimatums in a row, as if he would destroy the casino if they didn't submit. Moreover, he had also revealed all the people involved in this matter. It seemed as though someone was manipulating everything behind the scenes. The reason why Taifai acted like this was because of this person's instructions. However, no one had seen Taifai for so long, so many people thought that he was deliberately causing trouble here by using a non-existent name. And today, the young master finally showed up. The crowd parted, and Li Zongjiu walked straight out. Let's go. Tell your big boss to come out. Li Zongjiu took the lead and walked toward Three Blades Lu. Lu Sandow and the others couldn't help but feel nervous. They almost attacked, but Li Zongjiu didn't care at all. He shuttled in front of Lu Sandow and the others all by himself. This kid was so bold. Was he not afraid that they would arrest Li Zongjiu? Li Zongjiu took the lead and walked into the casino. Three Blades Lu and the others were extremely surprised, because Li Zongjiu's courage was really big. However, Li Zongjiu's courage was enough to allow him to go in. After all, it wouldn't be easy for him to come out if he did something wrong after going in. You come in as well. The rest of you wait outside. Three Blades Lu said to Tai-Fi. The rest of the people were naturally not a threat, but in order to prevent the scene from becoming too chaotic, or to prevent these people from causing trouble, they directly blocked them outside, not allowing them to enter. Tai-Fi gave a few instructions to the people behind him, and cleared the carriage and horses to the side. After all, if this place became his territory in the future, it wouldn't be good to block the road with such great fanfare. After clearing the place, Tai-Fi also walked in. Li Zongjiu was already sitting in front of a gambling table. Go and ask your big boss if he wants to bet a few rounds or just talk. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. The scene of Li Zongjiu winning 10 billion with one gold coin was still vivid in their minds. In the end, the Great Delight Casino lost everything. If today's Sparrow Saint Casino were to play a trick, they didn't know if the Sparrow Saint Casino could withstand it. Are you guys blind? Young Master Li is here, and you don't know how to serve him with good wine. Chapter 504. A cold and elegant voice came from the stairs. Soon after, Madame Pan, who had an impressive figure, slowly walked down the stairs. She brought along a fragrant wind as she gracefully sat opposite Li Zongjiu. I wonder what kind of wind blew young Master Li and Lord Tai here today. Madame Pan sized up Li Zongjiu. Ever since the last time he saw Li Zongjiu, he had a very strange feeling. He always felt that this person was not as simple as he seemed. Now that they met again, Tai-Fi, who was originally looking down on Li Zongjiu, was now standing behind Li Zongjiu. He seemed to be very willing to be a subordinate, a loyal servant. Previously, she had heard that Tai-Fi had become a young master after he left the Yi family. Now that she saw Li Zongjiu, it must have been a long time. Tai-Fi's many big moves were all instructed by this young master in front of her. That was why he acted like this. Today, the two of them came to the casino for no good reason. It seemed that it would not be easy to get through today's crisis. You're Madame Pan, the Queen of 9 Victories? You're quite pretty. It would be a pity if you died today. Li Zongjiu looked at Madame Pan and said slowly. When he spoke, he was so straightforward, so bold and unrestrained. In the eyes of outsiders, this was simply a rude behavior. Moreover, there was even a hint of threat in the end. Threatening the Queen of 9 Victories in her territory was undoubtedly a very foolish behavior. Shameless boasting. Seeing this, Three Blades Lu glared angrily. Then, a 3-feet-long saber suddenly appeared from his sleeve. It appeared in his hand like a magic trick, and he suddenly chopped down on Li Zongjiu's head. Since the other party had already entered their territory, wouldn't it mean that he, Lu Sandow, was useless if he allowed them to continue being arrogant? During the entire process, Madame Pan did not speak. Although her eyes were still as calm as water, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. It had always been like this in the pugilistic world. A knife was hidden in a smile, and a needle was hidden in silk floss. Only the one who had the last laugh would be the real winner. Therefore, Madame Pan sat there and did not stop him. Tai-Fi did not make a move because he knew Li Zongjiu's style. It was not his turn to make a move. Li Zongjiu stretched out 2 fingers and easily caught the long saber that was slashing down. Li Zongjiu exerted a little force with his fingers and broke the long blade. With a gentle wave of his hand, the broken part of the blade shot into Lu Sandow's chest with a cold glint. Bang! Triblade Lu's heart exploded. His whole body flew backward and sat on the ground. He looked at his chest in disbelief. A bloody hole the size of a fist appeared. He did not even have time to use the other two blades. In front of Li Zongjiu, if Li Zongjiu did not want to, he would not have the chance to use the other moves. Allowing you to make a move is already the greatest mercy I can give you. Even after 3 blades lose death, he had never displayed the third slash. The bloody scene was incomparably shocking. It immediately alerted the people around them. They pulled out the weapons in their hands and surrounded Li Zongjiu in layers. With a single command, 100 swords would be unleashed at the same time, slashing directly at Li Zongjiu, cutting him into pieces. Seeing this, Li Zongjiu and Taifai behind him did not move. Have you thought it through? Even at this moment, Li Zongjiu was still asking Madame Pan in front of him. It was as if Madame Pan was the one being targeted by hundreds of swords and not him. Could it be that Li Zongjiu was blind and couldn't see so many shiny swords in front of him? Do you know what the consequences of your actions will be? Pan Shi said solemnly. If 3 blades Lu had killed the young man in front of her, then this matter would have ended today. However, she did not expect that 3 blades Lu would not even be able to walk out of this round before his heart was crushed by the young man. In terms of strength, many people could do it. Although 3 blades Lu was very fierce in this Dao, it was only limited to his level. There were still many people who could kill 3 blades Lu in a second. However, he dared to do it in front of so many people. With such courage, it would not be so simple to deal with. Li Zongjiu's courage was outstanding, and he was ruthless. Only such a person could achieve great things. People who achieved great things didn't care about sacrifices. It was acceptable to sacrifice as many people as possible. Even if the Holy Flame Royal City was flooded with blood, Li Zongjiu would not bat an eyelid. Show me the person behind you. In this Holy Flame Royal City, anyone who dares to stop me, regardless of whether they are a relative of the royal family, will end up the same. Which prince is behind your Pan family? Li Zongjiu said directly without holding back. The words of the royal family were taboo among the people of the underworld. If it was said in public, it would be disrespectful to the royal family. If others found out, they would casually send people to wipe out the 9 generations of the person's family. It was a special period now. Some of the princes were preparing to fight for power and influence. The trump cards in their hands could not be exposed. Most importantly, as a member of the royal family, they were not allowed to interfere in the affairs of the underworld. On the surface, they were not allowed to form cliques. If they were found out, they would have to cut off all ties and might even be punished. Therefore, when these people were in battle, the people in the imperial court had to stand in their positions without leaving any traces. If they helped the royal family in the underworld, they had to do it in secret. All of these were the rules of the underworld. If this matter was brought to the surface, the prince would be tainted with filth and his image would be tarnished. Therefore, this was a taboo. If he said it out loud, the prince would definitely hold a grudge against him and use some unimaginable power to hunt him down, causing him to disappear into nothingness. However, Li Zongjiu was not afraid of this taboo. This was nothing. What was so great about it? In his previous life, Li Zongjiu was even more powerful than Emperor Xingyan. He was on equal footing with the leader of the power behind Emperor Xingyan. Just based on this point, the courage and insight between these people were different. These people were extremely wary of the princes and the like. However, in Li Zongjiu's eyes, these so-called princes were also people who would die. Sure enough, when she heard Li Zongjiu's words, Madame Pan's face instantly changed. You don't want to live anymore. What nonsense are you talking about? Even Tai Feihe, who was beside him, felt his legs go soft when he heard this. This young master of his family was truly a fearless person. Killing the leaders of the underworld gangs, the Azure Dragon Gang, the White Snake Gang, and the like was considered as getting rid of evil for the people. It was nothing. If they were discovered later, they might even be praised as a hero. However, the people did not fight with the officials. This was the prince of the royal family. This was not something that could be casually ignored. Otherwise, the next thing that would be lost would be your own head. Once this wanted order was issued, there would be no place for you to hide in the 13 provinces of the Xingyan dynasty. Even if you went to the ends of the earth, you would still be caught and killed. All of you leave. Follow me. Madame Pan ordered everyone to leave. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu only mentioned it briefly and did not reveal any information. These words naturally had to be said in this small room. She brought Li Zongjiu and Taifai into an office. Li Zongjiu, what exactly do you want? Although this casino is managed by me, it's impossible for it to be under your name. The Pan family is the one behind the scenes. Although I don't want to, in order to survive, I can only work for them. If you can convince the Pan family, then this casino will belong to you. So what? Madame Pan was free and easy. It was said that Madame Pan's identity was pitiful. Less than a day after marrying into the Pan family, her husband died suddenly. Now, she could only live as a widow. The Pan family's power could not allow Madame Pan to remarry. This could be seen from her name alone. They directly took away Madame Pan's original name and gave her this codename. Li Zongjiu did not care about Madame Pan's fate. Madame Pan also knew that her words would not be able to convince Li Zongjiu. She immediately sighed softly. All right, I will tell you. The one behind the Pan family is the current emperor's 9th prince, Prince Xian Ming. Lady Pan finally reported the 9th prince's name to the imperial court. Behind the Pan family was the 9th prince's support. Similarly, Pan Jiue belonged to the 9th prince's camp. Touching the Pan family was equivalent to making an enemy of the 9th prince. This was a choice that no sensible person would make. Where is the 9th prince? I will personally go and talk to him. Li Zongjiu was prepared to go and greet them. At the same time, he wanted to warn them not to meddle in his affairs and appear in front of him. Otherwise, they would have to bear the consequences. How would we know the whereabouts of the 9th prince? However, I heard that the Blazing Sword Alliance under the 9th prince is recruiting talents. Perhaps we can find the 9th prince among them. Madame Pan said faintly. Before they could come to an agreement, the door was suddenly kicked open with a bang. Someone had kicked it open. Where did this dog come from? How dare you cause trouble in my Pan family's territory? Chapter 505. The person who walked in was called Pan Hong. He was the second in command of the Pan family. He was considered the second in command. Most importantly, Pan Hong had long coveted Madame Pan's beauty. Unfortunately, Madame Pan was his younger brother's deceased wife. Even Pan Hong could not do anything about it. However, he would choose to get close to Madame Pan whenever he had the chance. Now that he heard that someone had come knocking on the Sparrow Saint Casino's door, he immediately brought his men here to show off his charisma in front of Madame Pan. He wanted to let Madame Pan know that there were many benefits to having an affair with her in the dark. When he rushed in, he saw a little kid sitting opposite Madame Pan. He immediately felt that it was a little funny. Since when was it up to these little kids to make the decisions? Second brother, it's fine here. Madame Pan hurriedly stood up and said, Sit down. Is this kid trying to take over my Pan family's casino? Ha ha, this is too funny. Little brat, come, take off your pants and let uncle see if your hair is fully grown. Pan Hong placed one hand on Li Zongjiu's shoulder and tried his best to mock Li Zongjiu. At the same time, he deliberately used some vulgar words in front of Madame Pan. Li Zongjiu listened and turned to look at Pan Hong with a smile. You want to see my fur? Then take out your bird first. The moment Li Zongjiu's words fell, Pan Hong suddenly felt his body tighten. Soon after, he felt a chill between his legs. His expression instantly froze on the spot as he felt an intense pain assault him. In an instant, this piercing pain attacked his heart. However, when he opened his mouth, he could not scream. With a thud, a piece of flesh fell to the ground. At this time, the Pan family expert behind Pan Hong also realized that something was wrong. Their second-in-command seemed to have been attacked by the other party. The lump of meat on the ground, no matter how they looked at it, didn't look like that thing. "How do you feel?" Li Zongjiu said indifferently, a light flashing in his eyes. Pan Hong's body was not under his control. He slowly squatted down and picked up the bloody object on the ground. Under the control of Li Zongjiu's mental energy, he directly stuffed it into his mouth. When Madame Pan saw this scene from afar, she felt extremely disgusted and turned her head away. This was the first time she had seen such a scene. She didn't know what Pan Hong was thinking at this moment. He actually ate his own dick. The people brought by Pan Hong didn't know what to do. Looking at the scene, they felt that it was a little strange. Should they rush up to help? But what could they do? "Second Master, you alright?" Li Zongjiu removed the lock on Pan Hong's mental energy. Pan Hong's body immediately lost its restraints and rolled to the ground. He scrambled to his own team and grabbed his throat. Scarlet blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It was a horrifying sight. Pan Hong couldn't accept it. As he grabbed his throat, he pointed at Li Zongjiu. He roared with all his might. "Kill, kill, kill him! Young master, don't worry. I'll do it." Naturally, Li Zongjiu didn't need to deal with these small fries. Tai Fai immediately took out a vicious dagger and rushed up to meet these people. Suddenly, blood splattered and limbs flew. One could see that these people's hands and feet were constantly falling in all directions. Tai Fai was worthy of being called a fierce general. He didn't show any mercy when he attacked. Pan Hong also thought that with his name, he could more or less intimidate the other party. Among these people, who didn't give him face, but who knew that this big and small guy would be so ruthless, Pan Hong saw that the situation was not good. He immediately ran out of the house, wanting to escape. But before he could take 2 steps, Li Zongjiu kicked him in the head. His whole body rolled down the stairs. Rumble! Pan Hong's head landed on the ground like a watermelon. His head instantly exploded. His bones and blood splattered in all directions. Just looking at it was enough to make one feel a deep sense of fear. Li Zongjiu appeared in the attic on the 2nd floor. Tai Fai also walked out of the pool of blood. He wiped the dagger clean and put it away. The dozen people that Pan Hong brought were ruthlessly killed just like that. The smell of blood soared to the sky. "Tell the 9th prince that this place belongs to the White Deer Manor from now on. If he has any problems, he can find me at the Broad Delight Casino." Li Zongjiu turned around and said to Madame Pan. Madame Pan looked coldly at the scene in front of her. This young man who suddenly appeared did not follow the rules at all. He did not follow any rules at all. If things did not go according to his wishes, he would just kill them and get rid of all of them easily. The bloodstains on the ground were already a very obvious announcement. She wondered what kind of mood the 9th prince would have when he received this news. Then Li Zongjiu swaggered back to his Broad Delight Casino with his men. At this moment, a group of uninvited guests had already arrived at the casino. The Blazing Sword Union's Wan Zhong led more than 10 experts of the Blazing Sword Union to block the entrance of the vast Joy Casino. Of course, Wan Zhong and his men had no way to rush in. The Broad Delight Casino was a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. If they rushed in, they might be ambushed. Let's say it one more time. Hand over my brothers from the Blazing Sword Alliance. Otherwise, your Broad Delight Casino will be closed, Wan Zhong said loudly. There were also quite a number of people watching from the street. They wanted to see a good show. Kiki, don't say so much. If you want people, our young master said 50 million per person. If you want to rob, then come in and rob. The 6-headed butchers took the lead and stood in front. Recently, the Broad Delight Casino's funds were extremely sufficient. Therefore, they directly recruited a large number of experts. If they didn't recruit them, they would be recruited by others. Moreover, if they recruited in groups, they could get a discount. Otherwise, how would they be able to withstand the flood of enemies? What should we do? These people don't look easy to deal with. Even Wang Zhong didn't expect that they would encounter such strong resistance from the forces of the underworld. Who is the owner behind the Broad Delight Casino? Negotiate with them and ask them to release our people. There were rules in every place. Those people must have rushed in and been caught. They didn't know the specific situation. Now they could only negotiate or force their way in. Chapter 506. Wang Zhong wanted to use pressure to force the Great Pleasure Casino to hand over the person. If this matter was brought to the academy, then the people inside would still be punished. Not only did he cause trouble outside, he even provoked someone else's casino and was directly arrested. Even if he reported it to the authorities, it would be useless. After all, he directly broke into someone else's territory to do whatever he wanted. Then the other party naturally had the right to punish him. Deputy Chief, I've inquired before. Behind this Great Pleasure Casino, there seems to be a manor called White Deer Pursuit. You may not believe it, but the owner of this White Deer Pursuit manor is Li Zongjiu. Someone brought back the information they had gathered. Li Zongjiu? This little Li Zongjiu actually had such a huge business. How did he do it? To be able to own a casino in King City, how rich was that? The water in this business was very deep. The slightest carelessness was very likely to be easily taken down. Maybe your future was bright in 1 second, but the next second, you were directly swallowed up by others. This kind of thing happened from time to time. Therefore, being able to persevere was the most important thing. A short victory was not a victory at all, because you simply did not know when someone would rush out and directly kill you. Li Zongjiu? This casino is Li Zongjiu's? Why didn't I know? That's bad. Wouldn't our brothers have all suffered a great loss in this casino? When he thought of this, Wang Zhong's heart tensed up. He did not expect that Li Zongjiu deliberately led them to the underground gang's territory and used the gang's power to deal with them. Why was it not shown in the previous investigation information? Just when Wang Zhong realized that something bad was about to happen, from a distance, a group of carriages followed by more than 10 fast horses were rushing towards the Broad Delight Casino. Looking at these young people, it seemed that they were about to go all out. Tai Fei had dismounted and looked at the scene in front of him. Who are you people? How dare you cause trouble in my territory? Tai Fei had just slaughtered a dozen people in the Sparrow Saint Casino. At this moment, his body was emitting a cold, murderous aura. The Pan family naturally wouldn't let this matter rest. Perhaps they would bring people over to kill him in a short while. Therefore, Tai Fei had to return to prepare first. But when he came back, he saw that some young people were fully armed and wanted to cause trouble in the Broad Joy Casino. Were they really going to rebel? You. Who are you? Wang Zhong also stepped forward and said. Looking at the domineering Tai Fei in front of him, he felt a trace of fear in his heart. However, among the members of the Blazing Sword Alliance, only Wang Zhong had the highest status. If he were to show any weakness, he would be looked down upon by the other party. Even if you lose, you can't lose. A bunch of cowards! How dare you show your weapons in front of my casino when you don't even know who I am? Hurry up and get lost! Tai Fei shouted angrily. Although Tai Fei's yuan qi cultivation wasn't as high as these young people in front of him, the murderous aura that had been accumulating for decades was enough to completely intimidate the people in front of him. To be able to live to such an age in Royal City was not an easy feat. Therefore, what Tai Fei had experienced was naturally beyond one's imagination. Li Zongjiu also stepped down from the carriage. It seemed that managing these casinos was quite troublesome. If you didn't go looking for trouble with others, then others would come looking for trouble with you. Yes, Li Zongjiu. Deputy Alliance Chief, he is Li Zongjiu. Jean Buffon immediately pointed at Li Zongjiu and shouted when he saw Li Zongjiu. It was as if the murderer of his father was right in front of him. However, at this moment, Wang Zhong also realized that the situation wasn't good. They might be able to bully the freshmen in school, but if they wanted to contend with these people, their murderous aura was far from enough. Otherwise, how could they say that ginger is spicier when it's older? In fact, they were already thinking of retreating. Therefore, Wang Zhong was prepared to bring them back first and wait for Alliance Chief Ling Aotian to come out of seclusion before making a decision. Otherwise, this group of people wouldn't be able to do anything. Kill their way in? This wasn't a martial arts competition in the arena for a spouse. Every move could lead to someone's death. It was simply such a simple matter. Didn't you see the murderous aura on these people's faces? Li Zongjiu also saw Jean Buffon. Li Zongjiu didn't have a deep impression of Jean Buffon. However, Jean Buffon couldn't hold it in anymore and directly shouted at Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu, on top of the Golden Mountain, you sneakily attacked me. Today, if you have the ability, let's fight one-on-one. I will definitely beat you until you look for your teeth on the ground. Jean Buffon directly shouted. Hearing Jean Buffon's reminder, Li Zongjiu finally remembered that it was this guy. After saying that, Jean Buffon directly rushed out, as if he wanted to fight one-on-one with Li Zongjiu. However, this Broad Delight Casino spent a lot of money to raise these people, so they weren't just for show. All of a sudden, several experts rushed down. People of Blazing Sword Alliance, listen up. Capture Li Zongjiu. Wang Zhong immediately shouted. Since this situation couldn't be salvaged, they could only capture Li Zongjiu first. The more than 10 experts he brought along instantly fought with the experts of Broad Delight Casino. Taifai also stepped forward bravely, blocking in front of Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu simply sat beside the carriage, watching these people fight in front of him. A fierce battle instantly broke out. However, the Blazing Sword Union was still inexperienced. Although they could rely on their powerful Yuan Qi to resist for a moment, in the midst of the chaotic battle, they would occasionally damage the torches beside them and injure their own people. Aya, your sword energy swept me. You idiot, who are you trying to cut? On the other hand, on the side of Broad Delight Casino, there were a total of 2 mercenaries. In addition to the 6-headed butcher, there was also a small team of 4, and 2 independent experts. To be able to force Broad Delight Casino to send out so many experts, it already showed that the Blazing Sword Alliance was not bad. After all, the threat of their cultivation was here, and it was difficult to ignore. In just a moment, the lineup of the Blazing Sword Alliance was immediately disrupted. Then, these people were directly put on the ground. Most of them were caught. Let me go. Jean Buffon was the first to be caught. He realized that he didn't have a chance to use the sword skills he had learned in such a battle. Not good, let's retreat. Wang Zhong saw that the situation was not good, and wanted to escape with the remaining 3 people. But when he turned around, he saw Li Zongjiu appear behind him. Good, catch him. Li Zongjiu directly raised his hand and waved his palm. With his Yuan energy at the peak of 9th grade origin ancestor, it was easy for him to defeat these people. With just one palm, the 4 people were sent flying and fell to the ground. Immediately, several long knives were placed on their necks. Tie them up. Chapter 507. Li Zongjiu ordered. He immediately ordered the people in front of him to be tied up. Li Zongjiu, do you know who I am? I'm the deputy leader of the Blazing Sword Alliance of the Imperial Martial Pavilion. If you dare to touch me, let me go now and everything can be discussed. Wang Zhong immediately roared loudly. This mouth of yours is really asking for it. Li Zongjiu looked at Wang Zhong and waved his hand. The underling immediately understood and slapped Wang Zhong twice. Wang Zhong's mouth was full of blood and his teeth almost fell out. It'll be fine if one person stays. Go back and tell your alliance master to bring the money to redeem the people. 50 million purple gold per person. Let them go as much as you bring. No money. That's right. Li Zongjiu casually pointed at a relatively young person. Looking at his appearance, He should have been carelessly tricked into joining the Blazing Sword Alliance and directly became a thug. Originally, he wanted to use the name of the Blazing Sword Alliance to show off his strength. Who would have thought that he would encounter a local bully the moment he stepped out of his own school? If he had encountered other people, he would have casually taught them a lesson for the sake of the Imperial Martial Pavilion students. Then, he would have let them go. It would have been enough to teach them a lesson. However, he had encountered Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu would not give them so much face. He would directly capture them and talk about it later. If they did not have money, then there was no need to talk about these things. Therefore, these Imperial Martial Pavilion students were directly locked up in the underground secret room of the Great Pleasure Casino. If these people were killed, it would naturally bring a certain amount of trouble to the Great Pleasure Casino. Behind each student, there might be a family involved. One or two wouldn't be scary, but if all of them joined forces, then it would be a big problem. However, as long as they were still alive, they would be valuable and would not dare to act rashly. It was also a good opportunity to teach these people a lesson. He would let them know that the underworld was dangerous and that it wasn't something that could be done with a few courses in the school. The person who was released naturally rolled and crawled away. He did not even dare to say a word. This person was not a citizen of the Sacred Flame Imperial City. Instead, he came from a second-tier city. He had long heard that the Imperial City was filled with danger and that everyone had to tuck their tail between their legs. He thought that after joining the Imperial Martial Pavilion, he would be able to show off his strength. However, he did not expect to encounter such a situation. From then on, he deeply understood the degree of danger in the Imperial City. After knowing how powerful these people were, he did not have the slightest hesitation, and immediately chose to escape. In the future, he would not dare to be so arrogant. The Imperial Martial Pavilion of the Imperial Martial Pavilion was. Furthermore, handcuffs made of special materials were used to handcuff these people's hands, making it impossible for them to use their own origin energy. When the members of the Blazing Sword Union were locked up, many people realized that they were in big trouble. This time, they had finally provoked someone they shouldn't have. The one who suffered the most was Wang Zhong. Since he was the Vice Alliance Master and a small leader, he had to be punished as an example to the others. Soon, he was given special treatment. The 6 of you follow me. On the 3rd floor of the Broad Delight Casino, there was also a practice room. After all, there was a group of people who lived directly in the Broad Delight Casino. The 6 people who were called were the 6 butchers. Although the 6 of them didn't know why Li Zongjiu called them, they had seen Li Zongjiu's power and heard a lot about Li Zongjiu's legends. They were very curious about what kind of person this hidden boss was. Such a huge casino and hundreds of billions of assets belonged to Li Zongjiu. "Have a seat," Li Zongjiu said casually. Then, he took the lead and sat down. He took out a porcelain bottle and placed it on the table. "How much is your salary?" Among the 6 people, the leader was an old man. The old man wore a bamboo hat and a straw cape, but there was a sickle tied to his waist. Using a sickle to fight was very rare. Therefore, when the old man attacked, he directly cut the wrists of several people. If necessary, it wouldn't be a big problem to directly cut off their hands. 20 million gold coins per day. 20 million gold coins. That was 200,000 purple coins. In a month, they could earn 60 million purple coins. To them, this was already a huge number. Not everyone had Li Zongjiu's ability to casually capture someone and ask for 50 million purple coins. First of all, you had to have the ability to detain the person. Secondly, you had to have the courage to open your mouth and ask for such a price. There were all kinds of situations. You had to grasp all of them. After all, their cultivation was only average. It was already very good for them to be able to earn such a price in Royal City. Not many people would be willing to recruit mercenaries from such expensive adventurers for a long time. This is the 5-soul origin pill, a 5th-grade pill. It is enough for you to break through your limit, Li Zongjiu said indifferently. He pushed the porcelain bottle in his hand forward. If one wanted to gain a foothold in Royal City and establish prestige, one had to be powerful. Pills were something that Li Zongjiu could casually refine. In fact, in Li Zongjiu's eyes, they were the most worthless thing. Probably only Li Zongjiu would dare to be so arrogant. He didn't care about these pills at all. When the 6 of them heard this, their eyes immediately widened. Was this true? They had naturally heard of the 5-soul origin pill. If a Yuan Zong realm cultivator could take one, it would be of great help to their cultivation breakthrough. It was even the dream pill of a Yuan Zong realm cultivator. However, it couldn't be bought on the market at all. It would only appear occasionally at auctions. Other than that, one would have to find a high-level alchemist to customize it. If one wanted to customize it, not only would they have to search for and collect the herbs themselves, but they would also have to pay an expensive processing fee. It wasn't something that anyone could afford. Furthermore, the market price of a 5-soul origin pill was 30 million purple yuan. Even with their small team, they had to go without eating or drinking for nearly half a month before they could save up this much money, and it was only enough to buy one. Not only was it not enough to go around. Most importantly, it couldn't be bought at all. Without a channel, it was simply not enough to have a small amount of money. Therefore, when they heard this, they could even feel their saliva drooling. However, the old man's gaze quickly became sharp. If there was only one pill in the bottle, wouldn't they have to kill each other? Don't worry, there are 6 pills in the bottle. Chapter 508. Li Zongjiu said casually, as if the contents of the bottle were merely 6 ordinary jelly beans. However, after the initial shock and urgency, the 6 of them became vigilant. These elixirs were incomparably precious. If they were taken out so casually, it would not be a good thing. One must know that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. They had been in this world for so long. How could they not be aware of this point? For Li Zongjiu to take out such a precious medicinal pill, there must be some sinister plot in it. Therefore, the 6 of them could not help but be vigilant. They all looked at Li Zongjiu. These elixirs may be precious in your eyes, but with me, you can have as many as you want. Li Zongjiu said casually. You have performed well today. These elixirs are your rewards. In the future, as long as you continue to kill for me, you will continue to receive elixirs. Only when your strength is strong can you kill more people. The elixirs were placed on the table. Although the 6 of them wanted them very much, they could not help but hold back. They did not rush up and snatch the elixirs. Are there really no other conditions? The old man in the lead asked again with uncertainty. If you are not assured, then return the elixirs to me. I will naturally hand them over to others. Li Zongjiu said as he made a gesture to take back the elixirs. These old men were shrewd. When they suddenly saw such a windfall appear in front of them, they naturally could not bear it. That was why they were so suspicious. However, when they heard that Li Zongjiu wanted to take back the elixirs, they became anxious. The old man grabbed the elixirs in his hand and looked at Li Zongjiu with a smile. Yes, of course. Young Master Li is so generous. We naturally understand. If you have any orders in the future, we will be at your service. Li Zongjiu saw that the old man accepted the elixirs and got up to leave. He did this to tell those who worked for him. If they worked for Li Zongjiu, they would have plenty of money. There were plenty of medicinal pills. 6 tier 5 medicinal pills in one go. Who in the royal city would be so generous? Even the South Heaven Pill Emperor would not be as generous as Li Zongjiu. Although these were only primary level 5 pills, they were absolutely incomparably precious in front of these people. All these years, they had risked their lives in order to obtain these high-grade pills, and then use them to break through their own strength and realm, to become an even more powerful expert. Then he would continue to live. It was not easy to survive in such a cruel world. Therefore, it was necessary to obtain these resources. Those who had access to high-level resources were usually winners in life. For example, he could forge high-grade origin tools and refine high-grade pills. People like Li Zongjio did not even need to work hard to live a better life. As for those who didn't have access to these high-level resources, they could only live desperately and then desperately earn money to buy them. Now that they were able to obtain the pills bestowed by Li Zongjio, it was an opportunity for them. After all, they had only just come into contact with Li Zongjio and did not know what kind of person Li Zongjio was. Li Zongjio got up and left. Recently, he also needed to refine a batch of pills. Pills could be used to break through the levels in the Genius Tower. There were only 2 levels left. Li Zongjio was prepared to rush up in one go. It would still be somewhat difficult to break through just by relying on the Yuan Qi and mind power of a peak sky origin ancestor. Li Zongjio could either prepare some pills and combine them with his mind power to forcefully break through, or he could refine a pill that would allow him to break through his mind power and reach the Yuan Monarch grade. There were no problems with either method. It all depended on luck. It would be a good thing if he could find the ingredients to refine a pill that could allow him to break through his mind power. Otherwise, he could only engage in a protracted battle. At the same time, he also wanted to see if anything had happened in Luoxia City recently. Cultivation. In his previous life, Li Zongjio had spent almost all his life cultivating. Now, he cared more about his family. The reason he had gathered so many forces in Monarch City was to pave the way for the future growth of the Li family. In his previous life, Li Zongjio had already reached the peak. It could be said that the peak was rather lonely. On the other hand, Luoxia City was as calm as still water. Everything was peaceful. Just the forces that had been left behind were enough to deal with some matters. Li Zongjio also went to hire an escort agency. He sent some of the pills that he had refined, which were only grade 3 or grade 4, to the Li family of Luoxia City. Since these escort agencies had accepted the task, they would definitely accomplish their mission. In addition to the pills, they also brought some specialties of Sacred Flame Royal City, such as roasted meat. This was considered a relatively common matter. While Li Zongjio was as calm as still water, Li Zongjio's expression changed. On the other side, the members of the Blazing Sword Alliance who had fled back went through a lot of trouble and finally found Ling Ao Tian. Recently, Ling Ao Tian was also close to breaking through. Who would have thought that Li Zongjio, who was causing trouble, would appear? Therefore, many things were delayed. Although Ling Ao Tian was the leader of the Blazing Sword Alliance, his cultivation had to be constantly improved. Otherwise, even if he could stay by the young master's side, he would only be a piece of trash. What the young master needed was a truly powerful battle aid. They weren't just a motley crew. However, there seemed to be something that had been hindering Ling Ao Tian, causing him to be unable to take this final step. When his subordinates found Ling Ao Tian and explained what had happened, Ling Ao Tian was shocked. Ling Ao Tian was instantly enraged. No wonder I felt that something was wrong recently. It turns out that this matter was hindering me. A mere Li Zongjio won't be able to stop my cultivation. In Ling Ao Tian's opinion, it must be because of this Li Zongjio's matter that affected his cultivation. When he went out, he would first eliminate this Li Zongjio. Then, he would be able to focus on breaking through. Gather the remaining members of the Blazing Sword Alliance. I will personally make a trip to the Great Pleasure Casino to get them. This Li Zongjio was really crazy about money. Not only did he kidnap the members of his Blazing Sword Alliance, he even dared to ask for a ransom of 50 million purple yuan. Could it be that this money fell from the sky? When Ling Ao Tian saw the few people gathered in front of him, his eyes immediately widened. Fuck! How many of our people did that brat capture? Alliance leader, including the vice alliance leader, a total of 22 people were captured. The person who had escaped earlier said. What? The various small and large societies in the Imperial Martial Pavilion could not exceed 30 people. Otherwise, if a society directly recruited hundreds of people, wouldn't it be a mess? A total of 30 people. Right now, there were a total of 22 people who were captured. Chapter 509. It was no wonder that Ling Aotian was so shocked. No one had ever encountered something like this before. For something like this to happen, it was an embarrassing matter for the Blazing Sword Alliance. Therefore, they could not report this matter to the young master. If they went to the young master for everything, wouldn't the young master be the one who had to clean up their mess? The Blazing Sword Alliance's future existence was to help the young master solve his problems, and not to seek his help whenever there was a problem. Damn it! Ling Aotian looked at the people before him. Even if they went, they would only be courting death. Therefore, no matter what, he had to bring them over. Seems like I'll have to make a trip to the Elite Alliance. The Elite Alliance was a group that was on par with the Blazing Sword Alliance. Furthermore, the relationship between the two groups was pretty good. Right now, the Blazing Sword Alliance was practically devoured by the other party. In order to successfully rescue the people in his own group, he had to seek help from the Elite Alliance. Other than that, he could not rely on the power of his family. The more talented a person was, the more they believed in their own strength. Only by relying on their own strength could they truly guarantee their own safety. They wouldn't easily ask for help from the forces behind them. If they were to ask for help from their families, it would be a very shameful thing. After all, they were all adults. If they could not even handle such small matters, wouldn't it be even more laughable? The Elite Alliance was a rather famous existence in the Imperial Martial Pavilion. They had 28 fixed members. Every semester, there would be a final evaluation. If someone's strength did not pass, they would definitely be kicked out. They would continue to recruit new people. The requirements were extremely high. The Elite Alliance's strength was also extremely strong. In the courtyard where the Elite Alliance was located, a young lady was sitting cross-legged. There were 3 long swords hovering around her. Everything around her seemed to have entered a state of stillness. Suddenly, there seemed to be some movement in the courtyard. The 3 swords instantly turned into 3 streaks of sword light and shot forward. Their speed was so fast that it seemed as though it was just a blink of an eye. They had already flown in front of her. Ling Aotian stopped in his tracks, looking at the 3 flying swords that were emitting a chilling aura in front of him. Ling Aotian was slightly shocked in his heart. However, he still cleared his throat. Ahem, Tianshui, you don't have to be so nervous. Could it be that I can't enter the Elite Alliance's compound? The relationship between Ling Aotian and the Elite Alliance was very simple. Before becoming the leader of the Blazing Sword Alliance, Ling Aotian was a member of the Elite Alliance. Moreover, his position was not low. Later on, when he joined the young master, he left the Blazing Sword Union and became the leader of the Blazing Sword Union. The woman before him was Yi Tianshui. In the Elite Alliance, he was ranked 6th in terms of strength. He was also one of the higher-ups of the Elite Alliance. Why did you come back? Yi Tianshui said faintly. As a senior figure in the Elite Alliance, Yi Tianshui was considered an outstanding existence in the Imperial Martial Pavilion. He was also an iconic figure in the Elite Alliance. Ling Aotian, who had always been fierce, could not help but stutter when he saw Yi Tianshui today. It seemed like he wanted to say something but hesitated. However, in the end, he still told her everything. You guys are really bold. Do you really think that you can be arrogant and self-righteous just because of some rankings in the Imperial Martial Pavilion? Those people outside have been trained with real swords and spears. Just this murderous aura alone is not something that we can learn, Yi Tianshui said. However, looking at Ling Aotian's expression, it seemed like he could not hold on any longer. He originally came to ask for help, but who knew that he would encounter Yi Tianshui, resulting in him having to listen to a lecture here. The rest of the people have gone out for training. I will accompany you, Yi Tianshui said. After all, Ling Ao Tian and Ling Ao Tian were once comrades in arms. Therefore, Ling Ao Tian wouldn't neglect him. In addition, Ling Ao Tian was a good person. The reason why he jumped ship to the Blazing Sword Union was because of some political reasons. In another year's time, Yi Tianshui would graduate. After graduation, his goal was to return to his hometown in Luoxia City and protect his city. Therefore, Yi Tianshui did not participate in these matters. Even Ling Ao Tian had repeatedly come to persuade him, but he failed to succeed. With Yi Tianshui's talent and strength, naturally, many people would pay attention to him. They even hoped to recruit Yi Tianshui under their banner. Then, they would definitely have one more powerful warrior. For the recruitment of these elite talents, the major forces were also racking their brains. They promised some very generous conditions and released various signals. It was not surprising even if it was through marriage. The most important thing was to retain the talent. Some powerful forces naturally needed someone to manage them. If there were a lot of geniuses, then they must have unlimited potential. However, if the younger generation was mixed with good and bad people, then it was very likely to lead to a decline. Of course, this kind of thing still needed to be done according to one's ability. Otherwise, if excessive recruitment was uncontrollable and led to saturation, it would also accelerate the consumption of the headquarters. Ling Ao Tian was naturally happy when he heard that Yi Tianshui was willing to help him. In terms of strength, there was not much difference between the two of them. With Yi Tianshui's help, the Blazing Sword Alliance would undoubtedly have one more trump card. What's the background of the other party? Do you know? Yi Tianshui tried his best to obtain as much information as possible while walking. It was very important to know one's enemy as well as oneself. I heard that he's a disciple of Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. His name is Li Zongjiu. Ling Ao Tian frowned and said, "What did you say? What's his name?" Yi Tianshui's footsteps suddenly stopped as he looked at Ling Ao Tian with a shocked expression. Ling Ao Tian was also very surprised. It could be said that he had never seen such a scene before. Even in the face of a disaster, he had never seen such an expression on Yi Tianshui's face. "His name is Li Zongjiu. What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Ling Ao Tian asked. After hearing the name, Yi Tianshui's originally sparkling big eyes widened again. It was obvious that his pupils continued to shrink after enlarging. "Is Li Zongjiu also from Luoxia City?" After a long while, Yi Tianshui said slowly. At this moment, Yi Tianshui's eyes were filled with a trace of seriousness. "Also from Luoxia City?" When Ling Ao Tian heard Yi Tianshui's words, he seemed to have recalled that there was indeed such a crucial piece of information. Chapter 510. Yi Tianshui was already feeling a little angry. When Li Zongjiu arrived, her grandfather, who was far away in Luoxia City, had already sent a letter to her, asking her to take good care of Li Zongjiu. After all, it was not easy for Li Zongjiu to come to Sacred Flame Royal City alone. However, Yi Tianshui did not take this matter to heart at that time. After all, in her opinion, Li Zongjiu must have used his connections to get her grandfather to take care of him. If it was a small matter, it wouldn't be a problem for Yi Tianshui. However, the premise was that Li Zongjiu was worthy of her help. Recently, Yi Tianshui had been busy with the matter of his breakthrough. Therefore, she did not pay much attention to Li Zongjiu's matter. Now that she had bumped into Li Zongjiu, who came from the same place, she thought that if Li Zongjiu studied hard and entered Celestial Day Medicine Manor, he would naturally cultivate the art of alchemy well. Who would have thought that he would be fooling around with these people and working in this casino? This really disappointed Yi Tianshui. Sacred Flame Royal City itself was a training ground. There were too many temptations here. If one did not have a firm belief, it would be difficult to maintain one's original heart. If one continued to cultivate, they would sooner or later lose themselves in this materialistic environment. Obviously, in Yi Tianshui's opinion, Li Zhongjiu had already strayed onto the evil path. This made Yi Tianshui a little angry. She even felt like she expected better from him. Although she had not seen Li Zhongjiu yet, she had already vaguely felt that way. Li Zhongjiu must have been greedy for money. Therefore, he had directly strayed onto the evil path. "You're lucky that you met me this time. If you met someone else next time, it would be a life and death feud." Yi Tianshui sighed in her heart. In her opinion, she might be able to spare Li Zhongjiu's life today, and give Li Zhongjiu a chance to turn over a new leaf. However, if Li Zhongjiu was unwilling, then he could not blame her. Furthermore, this opportunity was given to him for the sake of his grandfather. Well, that was what Yi Tianshui thought. However, at this moment, Li Zhongjiu did not know that there was already a fellow villager who was prepared to let him go. If Li Zhongjiu were to find out about this, he would really let her experience what it meant to be an upright and plain-spoken slap. Li Zhongjiu also walked into the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall. Although the herbs in the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor were cheap, they were all standard herbs. In other words, they were all elixirs. For example, some of the herbs that Li Zhongjiu needed to refine a 6th-grade elixir. He asked the old man in the library to find some of the herbs. Those were some deadly poisons, which could not be bought in ordinary places. Some of the herbs were even listed as forbidden drugs in the Xingyan dynasty. It was very difficult to buy them. However, if Li Zhongjiu wanted to get these herbs, he naturally had a way. When Li Zhongjiu arrived at the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall, immediately someone came up to him. "Welcome, young Master Li." Looking at the beautiful maid in front of him, Li Zhongjiu was also puzzled. He had not come to the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall before. How did the person in front of him know him? Could it be that she had mistaken him for someone else? In this life, Li Zhongjiu did not want to be famous. However, the resources in his hands were necessary. "You know me?" Li Zhongjiu asked. "Our Thousand Flavors Herb Hall pays attention to the news of all the alchemists and pharmacists in the city. Young Master Li is this year's top freshman in the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor. Moreover, you are an imperial alchemist. In our Thousand Flavors Herb Hall, you have long been well known," the maid said with a faint smile. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu also understood that the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall could be so big. It was not without reason. Doing these things to the extreme and being prepared at any time, there would not be a problem. Therefore, the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall would not miss Li Zhongjiu's arrival. Alchemists did not come to the herb hall to eat. They would consume more or less. Naturally, it was a big business. With Li Zhongjiu's identity, coming to the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall was naturally not an ordinary business. Of course, there was a big business inside. "Young Master Li, please wait a moment. Our Thousand Flavors Herb Hall's chief will personally come to receive you," the maid said with a smile. Chatting with such a maid was indeed a comfortable feeling. Therefore, there was no problem even if Li Zhongjiu had to wait here. Soon, Li Zhongjiu also saw a middle-aged man hurrying over. When he saw Li Zhongjiu, his face was even more excited and apologetic. "Oh, sorry. I was just dealing with some matters and neglected young Master Li. I am Thousand Flavors Herb Hall's chief, Huang He. Young Master Li, please come upstairs. Please come upstairs." When Huang He met, his face was filled with sincere apologies. In fact, Li Zhongjiu did not have any problems now. He had only waited here for a few minutes. Of course, if the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall's attitude was arrogant, it would naturally be a different matter. Things weren't that simple anymore. "It's fine. Lead the way." Li Zhongjiu waved his hand. The position of the chief was more or less a manager. In this Thousand-Taste Herb Hall, he naturally had a lot of status and resources. With such a status, even when facing Li Zhongjiu, the top of the freshman roll, he would not have such an attitude. If there was a reason, it must be because of Li Zhongjiu's Imperial Alchemist qualification. It was because of such a golden signboard that the chief of the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall's Royal City Shop had such an attitude. Otherwise, if the top of the freshman roll appeared every year, Huang he would not be able to straighten his back. Not to mention other achievements, such as the ranking on the alchemist roll. Naturally, the wait was impeccable. Huang he invited Li Zhongjiu to a reception room. He personally poured a cup of tea for Li Zhongjiu. "Young Master Li, may I know what you need from our Thousand Flavors Herb Hall?" Huang he asked directly. From the contact just now, he roughly knew that Li Zhongjiu was not a person who liked to beat around the bush, nor was he a person who liked to chat. Therefore, he spoke directly. As for the medicinal herbs downstairs, he naturally did not bring Li Zhongjiu to see them. Although there were many good things in those medicinal herbs, they were nothing compared to the medicinal herbs building of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Most of the requirements could be met. Only some special requirements could not be met. Chapter 511. Naturally, Huang he was also knowledgeable. Li Zhongjiu's performance was quite famous in the alchemy circle, so Huang he also knew that if he wanted to buy some ordinary herbs, there was no need for him to come to Thousand Flavors Herb Hall in person. "Can you find the demonic lotus?" Li Zhongjiu asked directly. Demonic lotus? Huang he was completely shocked when he heard Li Zhongjiu's words. Although he had already prepared for what Li Zhongjiu needed, Huang he couldn't help but sit up straight when he heard what Li Zhongjiu wanted. If he didn't sit properly, he would probably slip and kneel on the ground. The origin of the demonic cloud flower wasn't simple. There were very few people who knew about it. Once there was a very small country at the border of the Xingyan dynasty. The country's territory was not large, but its civilization was very glorious, and its system was perfected late. At that time, the Xingyan dynasty was constantly expanding. Originally, the demonic lotus was ready to surrender because they weren't warlike, but a general was sent out and ordered a massacre. Nearly 2 million people in the Demon Cliff Kingdom were slaughtered in an instant. The border was sealed, and no one could escape. The land and buildings in this country were also cleaned up. Even all the information about the Demon Cliff Kingdom had been burned to the ground. When the Xingyan dynasty was first established, it didn't want to bear the name of an executioner. Even those who knew about this matter had their entire families destroyed, causing many people to no longer dare to mention this matter. The history of the demonic lotus was nearly 500 years old. On the original land, flowers and plants with deep resentment gradually grew. The appearance of these flowers was only a kind of gray. At first, it was gray, but once someone approached it, their soul would be directly sucked away. When the number of souls absorbed gradually increased, the demonic lotus would show a black state. The more souls it absorbed, the deeper the color. Most importantly, this flower was extremely difficult to destroy. Even if its roots were cut off, it wouldn't die. If it was brought to a crowded place, it would definitely absorb a lot of souls. It would cause great panic. It could be said that it was an invisible thing that could kill people. Therefore, once the demonic lotus appeared, the government must be notified, and the government would immediately send people to destroy it. There was a rumor among the people that the demonic lotus appeared because the people of the demonic lotus came back to take revenge. After all, millions of their people were directly killed and buried. One had to know that so many people had been beheaded. More importantly, when they had clearly surrendered, the tyrannical general ordered a massacre. This was a dark history that could never be erased. Therefore, when Li Zhongjiu mentioned this term, Huang he became restless. If someone were to hear this, Huang he might just lose his head. "This thing is forbidden," Huang he said in an extremely serious tone. If this matter was known by others, he would be finished. She thought that the herbs that Li Zhongjiu was looking for were just some precious herbs or herbs that were highly toxic. However, he didn't expect. Li Zhongjiu in front of him was actually looking for this forbidden thing. If he was found to be looking for this forbidden thing, the consequences would be very serious. There would be no chance for him to regret it. However, although this was a forbidden thing, Huang He didn't directly reject or deny it. At this moment, "How long will it take?" Li Zongjiu asked indifferently. "Since you didn't say no, I'll take it that you agree." "Within a month." "That's too long." 3 days. Li Zongjiu said. Young Master Li might not know the market. This is a forbidden thing. Even the slightest bit of information about it can't be leaked. If the slightest bit of information is leaked, perhaps he will lose his head." Huang He couldn't help but say. "That's why the search and delivery cycle is naturally long. 10 million purple yuan. If it's 1 day earlier, double the price. If it's 2 days earlier, triple the price. Here's a deposit of 5 million purple yuan. Payment will be made when the goods are delivered," Li Zongjiu said. It wasn't that he was stingy, but this method was beneficial to speed up the pace. If they couldn't keep up with the speed, a lot of things would be delayed. "It's a deal. I guarantee that the thing will be delivered to young Master Li within 3 days. But young Master Li, there are rules in this business. According to the rules, once the thing is in your hands, it has nothing to do with us." Huang He looked at Li Zongjiu and said. These words had to be said first. If there was no way to guarantee absolute safety, Huang He would rather not do this kind of business. This was because the demon camel flower had touched the dynasty's sore spot. If it was known by others, even the 1,000-taste herb hall would be in trouble. Therefore, it was better to say these words clearly. "Don't worry," Li Zongjiu said. Then, Li Zongjiu stood up and left. Huang He hurriedly received the money and came to see him off. As expected of the imperial alchemist. Recently, Li Zongjiu's name had gradually become famous in Royal City. Many people could even hear the name Li Zongjiu in different places. He was like a real mad dragon. It couldn't be hidden. Even if he casually leaked some of his overbearing aura, it was enough to shock the world and cause a certain degree of shock. 10 million purple yuan. How generous! After Huang He sent Li Zongjiu away, he thought back to the business he had just received. Just the 5% commission would be a total of 500,000 purple yuan. All he needed to do was to receive Li Zongjiu and bear some of the risk. In terms of value, the demonic camel flower was practically worthless. After all, no one was willing to touch such an item. Although it was dangerous, there were ways to deal with it. The most important thing was to ensure that the news didn't leak out. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if they were targeted. What Huang He needed to do next was to ensure the safety of the business. 50 million gold coins. These scholars are so fucking rich. Just a casual move and it was worth 10 million. And it was purple yuan. This naturally made Huang He envious. Chapter 512. Inside the Great Joy Casino. Each of the 6 butchers received a 5-soul essence pill. Naturally, they couldn't help themselves when such a pill was in their hands. However, these people were also cautious. If one of them took the pill first and there were no problems, then everyone would be happy. If he could break through, then everyone would be even more excited. However, if he took poison and there was even the slightest problem, then it would be convenient for the remaining 5 people to avenge him. In that case, he wouldn't die for no reason. At least there would be someone to avenge him. In the end, the 6 people drew lots, and one of them took the pill. Although there was a 90% chance that the pill was real, it was never wrong to be careful. After an hour, a tyrannical aura seeped out from the practice room. The 5 people who were waiting bitterly outside also felt this tyrannical aura, and their faces immediately revealed shocked and pleasantly surprised expressions. Success. When that person walked out of the practice room, the remaining 5 people were extremely excited. I broke through. Grade 6 Origin Ancestor. I have reached Grade 6 Origin Ancestor. Furthermore, my previous internal injuries have all healed. The person said excitedly. The effect of this pill was so powerful that he had never imagined that it would actually have such a terrifying effect. Just this pill alone made him feel as if his entire body had been sublimated. The subsequent breakthrough seemed to be a matter of course. Not only that, but the internal injuries that had accumulated in his body over the years had also been healed. It was simply a healing panacea. The breakthrough in his cultivation had also directly broken through 2 grades. Before this, he had only been a grade 4 origin ancestor. Now, he had directly reached grade 6 origin ancestor. Such a tyrannical change in strength couldn't help but be shocked. It was even extremely inconceivable. It was truly astonishing. When the other 5 companions saw this change, they naturally rushed into the practice room without a doubt and couldn't wait to take the pill and consume it. After another hour, the other 5 members of the 6-headed butchers also walked out of the training room in high spirit. Among them, 3 of them had reached the cultivation of a rank 6 origin ancestor, while the other was a rank 7 origin ancestor. As for the old man leading the group, Tu Fu, he had directly broken through to the 8th grade origin ancestor realm. Moreover, he looked completely different from an old man in his 60s or 70s. Every part of his body seemed to be full of vitality. This immediately raised the overall level of the 6-headed butcher to a whole new level. The current 6-headed butcher was definitely able to squeeze through the threshold of a true first-rate expert in this city. He would directly become a first-rate expert. However, when the 6-headed butcher reappeared in front of everyone, he did not hide his tyrannical aura at all. Everyone was amazed and shocked by the changes in the 6-headed butchers. They had not expected that the strength of the 6-headed butchers would actually achieve a collective breakthrough in such a short period of time. However, after some idle chatter, they immediately found out that the 6-headed butchers had met Li Zongjiu alone. After some deliberation, they also found out that these people had actually consumed Li Zongjiu's pill. Li Zongjiu had bestowed the pill. Previously, they had also heard that Li Zongjiu was a new disciple of the Tiantian medicine manor. However, this identity did not mean anything. Everyone knew that Li Zongjiu definitely had other identities. Otherwise, how could a mere disciple of the Tiantian medicine manor control them? That was obviously impossible. It was impossible for an ordinary student to have such an aura. Therefore, Li Zongjiu definitely had other identities that were even more hidden. However, they had now obtained an advantage because of his identity as an alchemist. This was something that could not be obtained if they worked for others. Pills. Who would give away such precious pills to others? Even if they had no use for it for the time being, they would not casually give it to people they had recruited. However, one of them accidentally let the cat out of the bag while being smug. The pill that Li Zongjiu had bestowed upon them was actually a level 5 pill. The mercenary's blood began to boil with excitement. Damn it! If I knew that the owner of this place was so generous, I would have taken care of all the previous matters. Wasn't it easy to get rid of those rookies? We let these people take advantage of us. Some were indignant. Because they had come here to fish in troubled waters and take the money and leave, they did not pay much attention to many things. They would definitely not make a move unless it was the most critical moment. If they made a move, there was a chance that someone would die. They were also very sad that they had missed the opportunity. What a great opportunity this was! Although they knew that Li Zongjiu had deliberately used this method to motivate them, they still fell for it. Who knew if he would be rewarded after this? Judging from the current situation, there was a high possibility that he would be rewarded. When will someone come to cause trouble again? You brat, you still don't want to live a peaceful life, do you? To be able to enjoy peace and quiet was also very precious for people like them who lived on the edge of a knife. However, there were also quite a number of people who were fantasizing about the next time someone came to cause trouble. Then, they would definitely rush to take action. In that case, young Master Li Zongjiu might take a fancy to them and directly throw a 5th-grade pill at them. Even if they were smashed with a concussion, they would be very willing. Just as these people drank wine, ate meat, and occasionally played 2 rounds on the gambling table. Sure enough, someone came to cause trouble again. When someone came to this special lounge to inform them, these people also rushed out in a rush. There were already several young people standing in the hall. One of them was actually a girl. Oh, this is good. This must be mine. Whoever snatches it from me, I will fight with them. A person who looked like a short winter melon said. The weapon in his hand was an iron staff that was as tall as him. Those who recognized this stick would stay far away from this short winter melon. This was because this staff was called the mountain-shattering staff. If this staff fell, it could directly smash a person's head into pieces. No matter how thick one's skin was, they would not be able to block this flying skull. The 2 ends of the iron staff were hollow. There were 108 iron beads hidden inside. When the elemental energy was activated, when the staff fell, the 108 iron beads would exert force together, and the destructive power would be extremely strong. The way of death would be extremely tragic. Chapter 5:13. At this moment, he landed in front of Yi Tianshui and pointed the stick in his hand at the person in front of him. Little girl, why don't you take the initiative to admit your mistake and let us tie you up? Then, this matter will be over. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear Uncle's stick so easily. Yi Tianshui calmly looked at the short man in front of him. Although the other party was frivolous and arrogant, the latter's aura was calm. Obviously, the short man's strength wasn't simple. He wasn't as weak as he looked. Yi Tianshui couldn't let his guard down. Leng Outyen took a step forward and was ready to take action. Since he dared to say such words to Yi Tianshui, he was ready to teach him a lesson. The disciples of Imperial Martial Pavilion had their dignity too. If they were to fight one-on-one, they might not be afraid of these people. They were different from the rest. Leng Outyen and Yi Tianshui were both from Elite Alliance. The Elite Alliance was more inclined towards actual combat. Compared to the rest of the members, their combat strength was undoubtedly stronger. People like Jean Buffon had talent, but they lacked actual combat experience. When facing such a situation, their mentality would be different as well. Therefore, Jean Buffon could only display less than half of his strength in a battle of life and death. As for Leng Outyen and Yi Tianshui, they were strong and talented. Therefore, in the process of breaking through, they could display 100% of their strength in the face of such a strong enemy. This also showed the importance of having such a mentality. Such a mentality was enough to allow them to survive some impossible situations. Don't be hasty. Yi Tianshui stopped Leng Outyen. He looked at the short man in front of him. He said calmly, I'm here to look for Li Zongjiu. Ask Li Zongjiu to come out and see me. Yi Tianshui said, Tell him that my name is Yi Tianshui. Since Li Zongjiu was able to find her father through his connections, Li Zongjiu must have known Yi Tianshui's name. When Li Zongjiu heard Yi Tianshui's name, he should know the seriousness of the matter and come out obediently. Hee, if you want to find our boss, you have to be obedient. Put down your weapon, the short man said sinisterly. Also, you have to be tied up by us, the short man said as his gaze swept back and forth across Yi Tianshui's body. You're courting death. Leng Outyen couldn't stand it any longer. If these people didn't suffer a beating, they wouldn't learn their lesson. Therefore, Leng Outyen's figured directly. His aura crazily. Boom. Grade 8 Yuan Zone. This level of Yuan power was extremely tyrannical. Although the short winter melon was strong, he was merely a grade 6 Yuan ancestor. If he was only a grade 6 Yuan ancestor, he might still be able to put up a fight. However, Leng Outyen's aura was akin to an enormous mountain pressing down on him. Fuck! The short man immediately shouted. He wanted to retreat, but he realized that it was too late. He could only rush towards the mountain. If he could defeat it, he might have a chance to succeed. However, if he could only escape, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. However, the short man had yet to collide with Leng Outyen. Suddenly, a man appeared behind the short winter melon, grabbed his collar, and threw him to the ground with a loud bang. At the same time, the sword in the person's hand suddenly pierced down. Swoosh! A sharp sword was inserted into the side of the short man's neck. The sharp aura had already left a shallow mark on his neck. If this continued, the mark would continue to expand and eventually penetrate through his skin. Clang! The iron rod in the person's hand rolled to the ground. Faced with the strength of these two people, the short man did not even have time to react before he was instantly defeated. They were not on the same level at all. You want to tie me up, right? Yi Tianshui's cold gaze fell on the short man. If Yi Tianshui wanted to, this sword was enough to take the short man's life and cut his head off. From the light in Yi Tianshui's eyes, he did not seem like the kind of person who would not dare to take action. Therefore, the short man was so frightened that he did not dare to speak. Haha, short man, why are you not speaking? Don't be a coward. We are all here to watch. That's right, that's right. Why are you lying down? You've been released too quickly. The surrounding people were not in a hurry. However, the short man seemed to have been forced into a corner and immediately shouted. If you don't fucking do it, my head will be cut off. As soon as he finished speaking, the people who were already prepared swarmed forward. Facing Ling Aotian, who was a grade 8 origin ancestor, the six-headed butcher took care of it as well. He could use this guy to test how strong he was after breaking through. The rest of them only attacked Yi Tianshui. Everyone, be careful, Yi Tianshui said to the people behind him. Then, 3 long swords appeared beside him. Under Yi Tianshui's command, these long swords released a terrifying aura in an instant. It was as if there were 3 extra hands holding these long swords. At the same time, he kicked the short man beside him and sent him flying. Otherwise, this short winter melon would definitely be waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. He had used his hidden strength in this kick. The short man was sent flying with a kick. At the same time, his head tilted to one side and he fainted. Whoosh! As the sword chi soared into the air, a tough collision occurred in the casino. Yi Tianshui and Ling Aotian were obviously very strong. They were still able to resist tenaciously even when their numbers were more than 10 times greater. Although they were both grade 8 origin ancestors, the old butcher was no match for Ling Aotian. Ling Aotian's aura was extremely threatening. If the 6 of them had not joined forces, they would not have been able to resist Ling Aotian's aura. However, Ling Aotian's energy was limited. If this continued for a long time, he would definitely enter a state where his energy was exhausted. At that time, the 6 of them would be able to easily take down Ling Aotian. Until now, Ling Aotian and the old butcher had not released their origin spirit. This was because this was a way to save their lives. On the other hand, Yi Tianshui was full of battle strength. Facing the attacks of more than 10 experts, he advanced and retreated in an orderly manner with 3 flying swords beside him. Between the attacks, he could often injure his opponents and leave a few wounds. Clang, clang, clang. The swords collided and sparks flew everywhere. Chapter 5:14. It also changed according to the cultivation technique he practiced. Yi Tianshui had a great talent in controlling his flying swords. He even chose a set of sword techniques in the Imperial Martial Pavilion called the 9 Swords Art. If he cultivated it to the extreme, he could control 81 flying swords at the same time. He could form a sword formation with unparalleled power. Now, Yi Tianshui was only controlling 3 flying swords, which was already quite sharp. It was really surprising that he could move freely among so many experts. Those who came forward wanted to take down Yi Tianshui, but they had to avoid him. Yi Tianshui's aura was really too strong. Grab her sword! A metal claw abruptly flew out from one of the men's hands and immediately caught the flying sword. Then, he violently pulled along the metal chain and pulled the sword in front of him. He threw the sword to the ground and immediately stepped on it. At this moment, one of the men beside him saw this and immediately used the axe in his hand to cut the flying sword. With a loud clang, the flying sword was cut in half. Yi Tianshui was also in pain. He could not help but retreat, leaving only the two flying swords in front of him. Immediately, the flying swords whistled, and it seemed to be a little difficult for him to withstand the attacks of the remaining people. Hee, your girl seems to be dying. We don't know what those people will do to her later. The 6 butchers grinned as well. Leng Aotian, who was tenaciously resisting, was also very worried about Yi Tianshui. After seeing Yi Tianshui's move fail, he could not help but feel anxious. At this moment, when he heard the old man's words, he was also nervous and immediately looked in Yi Tianshui's direction. Just by looking at it, his weakness was immediately exposed. No matter how rich his combat experience was, if he did not have a strong will, there would always be an opportunity for others to take advantage of. Boom! The old man directly saw the opportunity and rushed forward in an instant. He then kicked Ling Aotian's chest with the corner of his foot. Ling Aotian was instantly sent flying as if he had been hit by a thick tree trunk. The old butcher naturally knew that a person like Ling Aotian would more or less have some protective items on him. If he were to use Yuan power to attack, his leg might even be broken by his opponent's protective power. Therefore, the old butcher was very clear that he only used his own strength and didn't use any elemental energy. Therefore, this kick could be considered painful. Ling Aotian fell to the ground with a bang. Immediately, a few long blades landed on Ling Aotian's neck with caw-caw sounds. Don't move. If you move again, I'll cut off a layer of your scalp. A few ferocious gazes immediately landed on Ling Aotian. As for Ling Aotian himself, he was also rather unhappy. It was actually because these people had disturbed his mind that he was defeated by them. This was a rather embarrassing matter. Kill me if you want. Kill you? You're worth 50 million purple yuan, and we can't bear to kill you. Who knows, we might even get a commission if we capture you. Tianshui, leave quickly. Ling Aotian didn't want to drag Yi Tianshui down. At this moment, Yi Tianshui saw this scene and knew that the situation was hopeless. He didn't expect Ling Aotian to be defeated so quickly. Hearing Ling Aotian's words, Yi Tianshui knew that if he didn't leave, everyone would be in trouble. Yi Tianshui wasn't a friendly person. If he failed, he wouldn't have the right to speak. Although Ling Aotian was captured, with Ling Aotian's identity and the reputation of the Imperial Martial Pavilion, these people definitely wouldn't dare to do anything. If it was just some conflict, the Imperial Martial Pavilion would not pay too much attention to it. However, if someone's life was involved, they would definitely pursue the matter to the end. No one would easily forgive it because it was an extremely serious matter. The Imperial Martial Pavilion spent a lot of resources and strength to nurture these talents. However, before these people could grow, they were directly eliminated. If it was any other force, who would be able to accept it? Therefore, Yi Tianshui wasn't worried about these matters. Immediately, his figure flew out. Boom! Yi Tianshui directly rushed to the roof and broke a big hole in the roof. Whoosh! A metal chain soared into the sky and chased after Yi Tianshui. At this moment, Taifai had just returned from his business. From afar, he saw that the roof of his casino was suddenly blown away. If he were to repair it, he didn't know how much time it would take. Li Zhongjiu was also walking on this path. Within 2 to 3 days, he wouldn't have the time to break through the Genius Pavilion. Not only did he have to be prepared, at the same time, he had to make a breakthrough in his strength. When he looked at the roof of the Great Delight Casino, a figure suddenly flew out and directly blew some of the tiles on the roof away. After the white-clothed figure appeared, several other figures quickly flew out and chased after the person in front. One of the metal chains seemed to have hooked the shoulder of the figure in white. Immediately, the figure in white fell from the sky and seemed to be injured. Bang! Although he managed to adjust his body at the last moment, his shoulders still hit the ground. Then, his foot seemed to have twisted. Not good, Yi Tianshui suddenly said in his heart. In the next second, 4 figures descended from the sky and completely surrounded Yi Tianshui. At this moment, Yi Tianshui had no way to escape. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were filled with a trace of determination. This is the Xingyan dynasty. If you do anything, the special envoy from Monarch City will never let you go. Yi Tianshui said coldly. Special envoy? Special envoy is nothing. Can a problem that can be solved with money still be called a problem? Little girl, you are too naive. Since the Broad Delight Casino could be so prosperous and operate smoothly, everything around it had already been taken care of. The special envoys and the like had all been greeted, so there was no need to worry at all. If one wanted to survive in this world, they would have to rely on a lot of laws. It wasn't easy to refuse. If one wanted to be independent, it was possible to do so. Get out of my way. I'm going to kill this bitch. A figure suddenly rushed out of the crowd. It was Short Wintermelon, who had been sent flying by Yi Tianshui. Short Wintermelon had fainted from the kick and had only woken up now. Of course, he was furious. At this moment, he rushed towards Yi Tianshui with the stick in his hand, ready to smash Yi Tianshui's head with the stick in his hand. Yi Tianshui didn't expect that the other party would actually dare to kill him. He wanted to retreat, but the pain in his foot caused him to fall to the ground. His bones were broken. He was already injured when he fell from the sky. After falling to the ground, the short man jumped up and smashed the stick in his hand towards Yi Tianshui's head without hesitation. Bang! Chapter 5:15. Yi Tianshui closed his eyes at the last moment. However, he still did not feel the rod hitting his head. Could it be that the opponent was too fast for him to react? When he looked again, he saw a person standing in front of him, easily catching the falling rod with one hand. It was as if the person in front of him had just grabbed it casually. Yi Tianshui looked at the young man in front of him. It could be said that the other party had appeared beside him without him noticing. In the face of such a powerful move, he had only casually caught it with his hand. This person's strength must be very terrifying. However, Yi Tianshui did not recognize the young man in front of him. He was so young, at most 15 or 16 years old. However, he looked somewhat familiar. When he took a closer look, he realized that the young man in front of him was looking at him with a familiar gaze. You're courting death. Because Li Zongjiu's back was facing the Short Wintermelon, and the Short Wintermelon was furious to the extreme. Now that he was obstructed again, he was even more impolite. He gently twisted the stick in his hand and pulled out the lower half of the stick. Then, he suddenly smashed it towards Li Zongjiu's head. Be careful! Yi Tianshui could not help but exclaim. Li Zongjiu turned around and threw out a punch. Bang! The punch exploded in an instant and sent the Short Wintermelon in front of him flying. He flew almost vertically for a distance of nearly 100 meters before he fell in front of the steps of the Great Delight Casino. Judging from the way his body fell, it seemed that his bones had been fractured. It looked very miserable. Seeing Li Zongjiu cripple an ancestor-level expert with a punch, Yi Tianshui was also shocked. Yi Tianshui was also surprised. The strength of this punch was not simple. Any expert could see it. He did not expect this young man to have the strength of a human. Thank you for your help, Yi Tianshui said in a low voice. If his movements were too big, he was worried that it would affect the injuries in his body. In fact, the 3 flying swords were tied to Yi Tianshui's mind. If there was a problem with one of the swords, Yi Tianshui would be in trouble. If he was heavily injured, he would also suffer severe internal injuries. Why, young master? Boss? The people from Bo Yu Casino caught up and wanted to capture Li Zongjiu and cripple him. After all, this Li Zongjiu dared to attack their people, and even beat up that short guy to such a state. Wasn't this a provocation to all of them? He didn't put them in his eyes at all. However, when they saw Li Zongjiu's appearance, they were all surprised. He had never thought that this man would be his boss. No wonder he was able to send someone flying with such a casual attack. Looking at the short man's condition, it would take at least 3 to 5 months for him to recover. It was Li Zongjiu's benevolence that allowed him to live and preserve his life. Boss? Who are you? Yi Tianxue suddenly looked at the young man in front of him with vigilance. No wonder he looked so familiar. The person who saved him was actually Li Zongjiu. You are Li Zongjiu. Yi Tianxue's eyes widened. After guessing the identity of the person in front of him, he was shocked. At the same time, he didn't know how to face the young man in front of him. You are Yi Tianxue, right? Li Zongjiu looked at Yi Tianxue. After all, they had interacted in his previous life. Now that he saw Yi Tianxue, he recalled and roughly guessed that the person in front of him was Yi Tianxue. Back then, the Luoxia city lord, Yi Chao, had asked him to take care of Yi Tianxue. He didn't expect to meet him under such circumstances. Since Yi Tianxue was a disciple of Chaowu Pavilion, it was normal for him to come to the casino with those people to cause trouble. However, he didn't expect that these people would dare to kill a student. More importantly, this student was someone that the city lord had asked him to take care of. If Yi Chao knew that Yi Tianxue had died in the hands of his men, he would definitely go to the Li family to seek revenge. Therefore, it was fortunate that he had come in time. Otherwise, this person would have been crippled. You are indeed Li Zongjiu. How did you become like this? Ask your men to release the students of Chaowu Pavilion immediately. Yi Tianxue said immediately. If you release them now, I can still help you to stop the situation from worsening. Otherwise, even I can't help you. Chaowu Pavilion won't allow you to act recklessly. Looking at Li Zongjiu's expression, it seemed that there was still room for negotiation. Therefore, he quickly discussed it. It would be best if Li Zongjiu could listen to him and settle this matter. If he released the students now, it wouldn't cause any big mistake. Are you here for them? Li Zongjiu waved his hand and gestured for his men to leave first. What kind of scene was this with so many people blocking the way? Was this a gang meeting? The surrounding mercenaries also gradually left. Tai-Fai rushed over from afar and understood the situation. Then, he asked his men to bring Ling Aotian to Li Zongjiu and Yi Tianxue. This has nothing to do with her. Come at me if you want to, Ling Aotian said coldly. When he saw that Yi Tianxue was also restrained by the other party, he quickly said. He hadn't expected that Yi Tianxue would also be captured by the other party. Ling Aotian felt extremely guilty that he had dragged Yi Tianxue down for nothing. Young master, these two people have brought some men with them. They want to bring the children back. Tai-Fai came to Li Zongjiu and whispered. The six-headed butcher also brought Ling Aotian along to prevent him from escaping at any time. Ling Aotian seemed to be in a difficult situation. You can't even protect yourself. What right do you have to protect others? Li Zongjiu looked at Ling Aotian and said with a hint of sarcasm. This wasn't loyalty at all. It was stupidity and helplessness. Indeed, helplessness. Ling Aotian didn't have any power to turn the situation around. You're Li Zongjiu? Let her go and I'll agree to whatever you want. Even if you want my life, it's not a problem, Ling Aotian said in a deep voice. Sure, 100 million purple yuan. As for the other people, 50 million each. Do the math yourself. How much money did you bring and how many people did you take away? Li Zongjiu said. Then, he waved his hand and the six-headed butcher also let Ling Aotian go. After the breakthrough, they were even more aware of Li Zongjiu's strength. Ling Aotian was simply unable to pose any threat to Li Zongjiu, which was why they were so reassured to let him go. Chapter 5:16. Ling Aotian was released and he could freely control the Yuan force in his body. Ling Aotian was extremely surprised. After all, this was equivalent to releasing a tiger back to the mountain. You guys were lucky just now to be able to control Leng Outyen. Moreover, Leng Outyen was distracted. Although he might not be able to defeat Yi Tianshui, it would be easy for him to escape. However, Yi Tianshui's condition was not good. If he wanted to escape, he would be leaving Yi Tianshui here alone. Leng Outyen could not do such a thing. If he brought Yi Tianshui with him, it would be difficult for him to escape. Moreover, Leng Outyen had a feeling that Li Zongjiu was unfathomable. Therefore, it would not be easy to escape from Li Zongjiu's hands. Therefore, Leng Outyen gave up on escaping this year. How many people did you catch today? Li Zongjiu asked. Young master, there are 5 people in total. Including the 2 in front of you, there are 7 people in total. What about before? There were 22 people before. That's 29 people now. Li Zongjiu did some calculations. If he were to count everyone, the price would not be low. 4 billion. Including Yi Tianshui, that's a total of 5 billion. Li Zongjiu said. Just this number alone was enough to intimidate many people. Even Yi Tianshui felt that it was an astronomical figure when he heard this number. He could not believe it at all. Li Zongjiu actually dared to ask for such an exorbitant price. Li Zongjiu, don't go too far. Yi Tianshui said. This number was too outrageous. Let alone 5 billion purple yuan, even 15 million purple yuan would be too much for him. I'm giving you face. Otherwise, these people won't be able to go back. Since they did something wrong, they should accept the punishment obediently. Not everyone will spoil you. Today, I'll make an exception and let you 2 go. Li Zongjiu waved his hand after he finished speaking and led his men back to the Great Pleasure Casino. Judging from the situation of the casino, it was necessary to find someone to repair it. However, during the repair process, it would be impossible to open the casino. This would be another huge loss. Yi Tianshui and Leng Outyen were left alone on the street. They were somewhat puzzled. However, Yi Tianshui was angry. He was angry that Li Zongjiu had become like this. It seemed that there was someone more powerful behind Li Zongjiu. Li, of course, was not possible. 5 billion. Leng Aotian frowned deeply. This number was extremely difficult for Leng Aotian. The family behind him was powerful, but they were not a business family. It was impossible for them to have so much money to pay the ransom. Therefore, this number made Leng Outyen feel helpless. His eyes flickered. Now that things had come to this, he could only look for the 9th prince and see if he had any ideas. On the other side, Li Zongjiu walked out of the Pan family's Sparrow Saint Casino and took the head of the Pan family's 2nd head. This news quickly spread to the Pan family. Li Zongjiu's public provocation. Li Zongjiu was clearly here to slap them in the face. If they didn't chop off Li Zongjiu's hand, it would be a huge humiliation for the Pan family. However, the Pan family did not act rashly. The fact that Li Zongjiu could come here so brazenly meant that he had come prepared. Since he had come prepared, why would he be afraid? Therefore, they had to do a thorough investigation. Pan Hong's death cannot be forgotten just like this. This Boyu casino has gone too far. We must take down this Boyu casino. The Pan family patriarch had convened a meeting to discuss this matter in depth. But not now. The Pan family patriarch, Pan Long, said in a deep voice. If they rushed up now, it would be equivalent to sending themselves to the Pan family's doorstep. Therefore, they had to investigate thoroughly before taking action. What should we do now? If we don't take action, the casino will be taken away by the Grand Pleasure Casino. I don't believe that the Pan family would risk their lives to protect this casino for the Pan family. Someone said. Although the Pan family was part of the Pan family, their hearts were not with the Pan family. For many years, the Pan family had only wanted to control the Pan family. In addition, the Pan family was extremely capable. The Pan family also wanted to use the Pan family's strength to build this casino. Now that the 9th prince had taken a liking to her, the Sparrow Saint Casino was directly handed over to her. If this woman saw that the situation was bad, she might turn around and use outsiders to deal with her own people. This was why the Pan family members were so worried. There's no need to worry. She should know how powerful the ninth prince is. Since the ninth prince values her so much, she should know the severity of the matter. It doesn't matter if she betrays the Pan family, but if she betrays the ninth prince, then this matter won't be settled so easily. A few Pan family elders couldn't help but speak up. They had a deep understanding of this matter. The power of the imperial family wasn't something that ordinary people could imagine. Since they had boarded this boat, they wouldn't be able to get off just because they wanted to. But the people in the Grand Pleasure Casino seem to have gone mad. They are actually so arrogant. Moreover, they should know that the ninth prince is behind the Pan family. The Pan family's faction wasn't considered secretive. After all, they moved around frequently on a daily basis. Therefore, the outside world could more or less guess the relationship between them. You mean to say that there are other princes in control of the Grand Pleasure Casino? One of the Pan family elders asked. If that wasn't the case, then there was no other explanation. Otherwise, he would be a lunatic. They completely disregarded the ninth prince's pressure. In fact, they might have come directly for the ninth prince. If that was the case, they would have to pay more attention. If the other princes took the initiative to attack, who knew how many lives would have to be sacrificed in order to calm this matter down? The eyes of many of the Pan family's higher-ups flashed. No wonder the other party dared to kill Pan Hong so brazenly. They clearly had someone backing them. However, the other party didn't mention their name. As for who the mastermind behind them was, it was difficult for the outside world to know. However, they could deduce that someone was definitely supported by the mastermind. No, we definitely can't fight back rashly. The other party is forcing us to attack. Whoever attacks first will be the first to make a mistake. Pan Long suddenly slammed the table and said. He immediately understood why the other party was doing this. Wasn't it obvious that they were trying to provoke them? Therefore, he had to stabilize his emotions first. When the other elders heard this, it seemed to make sense. Chapter 5:17. The ninth prince, Xianming, was an extremely quiet and peaceful man. Unlike the other princes, the ninth prince had been well versed in both the pen and the sword since he was young. However, he was extremely introverted. No one knew how much power was hidden in the ninth prince Xianming. Usually, the ninth prince would stay in the palace to study and practice martial art. There were specialized directorates who would take care of him. This was a true royal academy. The top teachers were all gathered in this academy. It was not easy to be a prince. Not only did they have no freedom, but they also had to study a lot every day. If the princes could not show their strong side, the Xingyan dynasty would be judged by others. If the next generation was not good, how could the Xingyan dynasty become strong? Therefore, these princes had to do a lot of work every day. Now, Prince Xianming was in the palace. The palace was called the Bright Moon Palace. The things that the princes could enjoy were naturally the best in the world. Even the two maids beside him were extremely beautiful. Not only were they beautiful, but they were also talented in both martial arts and cultivation. Their cultivation was not weak, and their yuan qi cultivation was also extremely strong. They were proficient in the 4 arts. At this moment, Prince Xianming was wearing a white robe and was sitting in the palace. There was a small carving knife in his hand, and he was casually carving a walnut in his hand. Along with the movement of his hands, the various lines on the walnut could be seen clearly. The two beautiful maids stood at the side for 4 hours, not moving at all. Finally, Prince Xianming blew gently, blowing away the sawdust on the side. At the same time, the walnut revealed its final appearance. It turned out to be an extremely exquisite boat. It was enough to see that the various items on the boat were incomparably exquisite. Their original appearance was extremely surprising and amazing. Just a small walnut like this could accommodate a small boat, Young master's spiritual wedge technique has improved again. In less than 3 years, it will definitely reach the peak. The maid beside her, Bing Shuang, said. Great Master Mirror Emperor said that there is no limit to the cultivation of mental energy. Currently, Walnut's strongest carving is the entire White Bird Town. White Bird Town has thousands of birdhouses and tens of thousands of birds. They are all carved so vividly that they look like they are alive. However, I can only carve a small boat, Prince Xianming said, and threw the walnut to the maid, Bing Shuang. Bing Shuang caught it and put it into a box, carefully storing it away. Although these things were useless now, since they were made by the young master, they would definitely become top-notch collectibles in the future. Therefore, every walnut carved by the young master had to be carefully stored away. Young master, Leng Aotian of the Imperial Martial Pavilion, has been waiting for a long time. The other maid, Bing Shui, said. The appearance of these two maids was 99% similar. They were a pair of twin sisters. If outsiders knew about this, they could not help but praise Prince Xianming's fortune and treatment. He was indeed worthy of being a prince. Since he had personal maids, his meaning was very obvious. If he wanted them to serve him in bed, it would naturally be a matter of course. Let him come in, Prince Xianming said. Then, he arranged for Leng Aotian to come in for an audience. Greetings, young master. Leng Aotian greeted him like a ruler. No need to be so courteous. What's the matter? Replying to the young master, a person called Li Zongjiu had a conflict with the people of the Blazing Sword Union. Wan Zhong brought a large number of people to capture Li Zongjiu, but they were captured by Li Zongjiu's subordinates. Now, they are offering a ransom of 50 million purple yuan per person. Leng Aotian was also very direct. He did not hide anything during the entire process. He recounted everything. If it was someone else, they would probably add something to the list in order to lessen their sins and reduce their responsibilities. Or perhaps they would try to push the blame to others. As the Alliance Master of the Blazing Sword Alliance, not only did he fail to display the strength of the Blazing Sword Alliance, he actually allowed someone to capture everyone. Leng Aotian would naturally find it hard to absolve himself from the blame. He might even be punished and abandoned. Even you and Yi Tianshui can't handle it. It seems that this person has some means. I heard that this person and Yi Tianshui are from the same hometown, Prince Xianming said lightly. When Leng Aotian heard this, he broke out in a cold sweat because he did not mention Yi Tianshui in the matter just now. However, it was obvious that Prince Xianming already knew the whole story. Although the young master was in the palace, he was very clear about the outside world's information. This intelligence ability was very powerful. No matter what happened outside, it would be transmitted to the young master. At first, I thought that this Li Zongjiu was a sharp knife supported by a brother. However, I compared the situation of the others. This Li Zongjiu's style of doing things is arrogant, unruly, and without any scruples. Not long ago, it was said that he offended Sima Xingyan. Since he dared to offend the Sima family, it can be ruled out that he's one of their men, Prince Xianming said lightly. Perhaps many people would mistakenly think that some prince wanted to use Li Zongjiu to start a dispute. That was why he was so unscrupulous. Even Leng Aotian thought so before. However, after hearing the young master's words, he suddenly realized that it was indeed so. If that was the case, then Li Zongjiu was now at the edge of the cliff. He could fall into the abyss of eternal damnation at any time. The Sima family was very powerful and had disciples everywhere. Now that their position in the imperial court was stable, they had to be the target of roping in. There were no other factors involved. If he dared to offend the Sima family at this time, it would mean that he didn't want to stay in the imperial court. It was not an easy thing to rope in the Sima family. They had to plan for a long time. As for this Li Zongjiu, he was at most a clown who jumped out halfway. 50 million purple yuan. What a big mouth. I really want to meet this arrogant young man. If he's a madman, I can use him. It will definitely create an unexpected effect. Prince Xianming seemed to be very interested in this Li Zongjiu. He wanted to see what a madman like Li Zongjiu was like. One had to know that if the people in the city were truly enraged, they would only need to snap their fingers to shut down the shop and make Li Zongjiu disappear without a trace. It was Li Zongjiu's ability to jump around until now. Young master, you mustn't. This person is extremely evil and has no rules. If we accidentally disturb young master, we can't afford to take responsibility. Haha, do you think that this Li Zongjiu can hurt me? As his voice fell, Prince Xianming stood up. Suddenly, a huge force was released from his body. It directly forced Leng Outyan back 10 feet and pushed him against the corner of the wall. Chapter 5:18. Leng Outyan's face was full of shock when he sensed the aura released by Prince Xianming. Yuan Monarch Realm. Congratulations, young master. The reason why Leng Aotian was willing to follow Prince Xianming was because of his family. His family had also chosen Prince Xianming. In addition, Xianming's talent was also quite strong, which was why Leng Aotian was convinced. That was why he was willing to serve Prince Xianming. The powerful aura that Prince Xianming displayed was already telling Leng Outyan that even if Prince Xianming himself had entered the Yuan Monarch realm, he would still have a greater chance of winning in the future. As for the arrangement of the meeting between Prince Xianming and Li Zongjiu, it was also handed over to Leng Outyan. Li Zongjiu stayed in the Broad Joy Casino for a while and listened to the news reported by Taifai. The Blue Tiger Gang seemed to have been less active recently, but they still couldn't be underestimated. Li Zongjiu didn't take the initiative to attack and eliminate the Blue Tiger Gang. This was because there was no need to do so, and it would not bring about any positive effect. If one party were to dominate, it would only bring about a disaster of separation and collapse, causing the force to gradually weaken. Li Zongjiu also asked about the movements between the 7-star Fire Room and the Saber Axe Pavilion. The 7-star Fire Room has been less active recently. Some time ago, because of the Raging Dragon slaying incident, there was a period of popularity. Later on, it stopped. It seems like the decision-maker of the 7-star Fire Room was changed. The Broad Joy Casino paid attention to all the big and small matters in the city. However, they didn't know much about the relationship between the arms shop. If it wasn't for Song Jieyu's reputation, the news wouldn't have spread here. Different professions were worlds apart. This kind of thing was simply impossible to say. Replaced? Li Zongjiu did not expect this. It seemed that the Song family's pace was faster than expected. However, he wasn't worried. There was still half of the 2 months left, so he wasn't in a hurry. If there was really no way, then Li Zongjiu didn't need to cooperate with such an incompetent person. No matter how beautiful her skin was, after a few hundred years, it would only be a pile of bones. Therefore, Li Zongjiu was not confused by her appearance. What number 1 talented woman? That messy title was meaningless. Later that night, Li Zongjiu returned to his White Deer Manor. The Howling Moon Wolf King and Shadow Fox were also acting mysteriously. They weren't in the manor, so he didn't know what they were up to. However, as long as they didn't cause trouble for him, he would let them be. Looks like I need to gather some origin stones to set up a formation. Otherwise, wouldn't my manor be incomparably simple and crude? Li Zongjiu thought in his heart. This residence could have nothing, even if it was just some stones and mud. However, as long as it was rich in spiritual energy, then it would be a fertile land. When the time came, he would plant some spiritual herbs and spiritual herbs. That would be perfect. In the future, this White Deer Manor would definitely become an extremely fertile land. If I move the Li family over, then I will definitely need a large piece of land. Li Zongjiu had already started preparing to move the Li family into the imperial city. Although the cities in the outside world were considered safe, they were more or less under the hidden threat of the Origin Beast's rampage. How many Origin Beasts could a city's defense withstand? Every rampage would bring about countless deaths and injuries. In the 3,000 years of his previous life, countless cities had already been submerged by the origin beast. In the original city, one might have sufficient status. However, once the city was breached, the entire clan would have to move to a new place and start anew. The difference between before and after was something that had to be considered. Luoxia City was too small. Only a place like the Sacred Flame Imperial City was a place where the vigorous clans came to compete. If they did not experience great hardships, then such a clan would not be able to prosper for a long time. Only by withstanding the pressure could they grow. After a period of time, he would start to buy a piece of land in the city. Based on the current land price, Li Zhongjiu's current financial resources, it would not be a problem to buy half of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. The Four Seas Medicine Manor that was jointly developed by the four great clans took up far more land than the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. It directly encompassed the four mountains. From this, one could see how powerful the four great clans were. The sky gradually brightened. This morning there was a slight chill. Some of the ordinary people in the city had already put on long gowns. Most of them wore 2 layers of clothing to maintain their body temperature. The chill was slightly chilly. Outside the city, Heavenly Horn Mountain. Huang He had been waiting at the foot of Heavenly Horn Mountain since early in the morning. In just a day, he had already found the demon camel flower. In that case, compared to the previous price, it had directly tripled. In terms of commission, Huang He had received a lot of money. When he found out that the demon camel flower was in the hands of the Ichu people, he had spent a lot of money to buy the demon camel flower. Now, it was impossible to find the demon camel flower. Not to mention that no one was willing to go. Even if they were willing to go, there were no traces of the demon camel flower in those places. There were only a few left in the world. In the distance, a black-clothed man was rushing over. "Lord Chief, the item is here." At this moment, the white fog was gradually thickening. The surrounding environment had also become blurry. Huang He received the box from the black-clothed man. After opening it, he confirmed that it was the legendary demon camel flower. It is indeed a strange flower. This demonic snail flower had already entered a kind of profound color. It was already very good to be able to find this flower. However, he didn't expect this flower to have such a good color. This was an unexpected surprise. This matter can't be leaked. Go. The people who trained in the 1,000 Flavors Herb Hall had also undergone strict training. These people who searched for herbs naturally understood the rules. I understand. Then, the black-clothed man turned around and prepared to leave. However, after a few steps, Huang He seemed to see a figure walking out of the white fog. "Lord Commander!" the black-clothed man had just exclaimed when he was directly cut in half by a sword. "Who is it?" When Huang He saw this, he immediately put away the demon camel flower. He looked in front of him in horror. At this moment, figures seemed to be gradually emerging from the surrounding thick white fog. Chapter 519. Huang He immediately looked around and realized that the surroundings of the Heavenly Horn Mountain were filled with people in military attire. When Huang He saw their attire, his heart sank to the bottom. They were all from the Special Envoy Department. If the Special Envoy Department found out about the illegal drug trade, he would be beheaded. However, Huang He was not in a hurry. The other party seemed to have prepared for this. As long as there were people around, there would be room for discussion. Therefore, Huang He decided to stay calm first. If there was an opportunity, he would seize it. Looking at Huang He's figure, Han Xiu slowly walked out. Han Wuxiu slowly walked out, and the sword in his hand was also stained with blood. He walked to Huang He's side and wiped the sword clean on Huang He's body. This process made Huang He nervous. "So it's Commander Han. I wonder if I have offended you," Huang He said with a smile on his face. It was as if he couldn't see the corpse not far away. Han Xiu moved closer to Huang He and sniffed. "Demon camel flower? You brat, you've got guts. Han Wuxiu patted Huang He's shoulder and said. The smile on Huang He's face suddenly stiffened. Although the existence of this industry was gray, all parties knew that as long as they took care of the people from top to bottom and turned a blind eye to it, this matter would pass just like that. Huang He had never expected that Han Wuxiu would be alerted. One must know that Han Wuxiu was a commander. If he got involved in this matter, it would be on a different level. Even the entire 1,000-taste herb hall would be implicated. What are you talking about, sir? I don't understand. Huang He forced a smile. As long as he did not take out the demon camel flower, the other party would not have any evidence. They were outside the city. Even if they caught him red-handed, it might not be useful. Moreover, even if Han Xiu was the commander of the Special Envoy Department, it was impossible for him to use the demon camel flower he found in the wild to trip 1,000-flavor herb hall. Therefore, as long as he pretended to be ignorant, everything would be fine. Huang He was smart. If the other party was here for the demon camel flower, there was no need to kill his subordinates. They were clearly here for a purpose. Before the other party revealed their purpose, Huang He had to keep his mouth shut. You're quite loyal. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Han Xiu smiled coldly when he saw Huang He. His smile made Huang He feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Don't worry, I'm not targeting you. Li Zongjiu asked you to find the demon camel flower, right? Han Xiu said indifferently. Huang He's eyes flashed. When he was collecting information about Li Zongjiu, he saw that there was a big conflict between Li Zongjiu and Han Xiu. The main reason was that Li Zongjiu had humiliated Han Xiu in public. For such a humiliation, as long as one had the slightest bit of courage, they would definitely find an opportunity to take revenge. Moreover, Han Xiu was so powerful and had such a high status. As long as he found an opportunity, he would definitely be able to kill Li Zongjiu. Sir, you must be joking. The demon camel flower is a forbidden medicine in the dynasty. As the chief of 1,000-flavor herb hall, I know a little about it. I've heard of the demon camel flower, but I've never seen it before. I couldn't sleep today, so I came to the Sky Horn Mountain to take a stroll and enjoy the scenery. As for this person, I've never seen him before. Huang He waved his hand and said, who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a whoosh sound. Han Wuxiu directly held the sharp sword in his hand in front of Huang He's nose. The sharp tip of the sword left a bloody hole on Huang He's nose. A bone-piercing chill immediately assaulted Huang He's body, causing him to become extremely nervous. Huang He was able to climb all the way to this position because he had experienced countless situations. However, this was the first time someone pointed a sword at him like this. If that's the case, you're useless, Han Xiu said coldly. He was ready to kill Huang He with his sword. At this moment, Huang He could clearly feel the murderous aura from Han Xiu. His heart immediately pounded. In this wilderness, it was normal for 1 or 2 people to die. It wouldn't even attract anyone's attention. Huang He also hurriedly shouted. Sir, wait, wait. Huang He shouted. The long sword stopped at Huang He's head, directly cutting off a few strands of his hair. If it had been any slower, Huang He's head would have been cut in half like a watermelon. Huang He quickly heaved a sigh of relief. Tonight, at 8 o'clock in this place, you'll make a deal with him. I'll only capture him, not you. If you can't do it, then you'll have to wait. Han Xiu put away the sword in his hand and waved his hand. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps came from behind him. Unknowingly, the surrounding mountain peaks were filled with the figures of the special envoys. A rough estimate showed that there were more than 50 of them. It seemed that Han Xiu had put in a lot of effort to deal with Li Zongjiu. Based on today's preparations, he was determined to succeed. If Huang He caused Han Wuxiu to fail, Han Wuxiu would definitely blame it on him. As for letting him go, judging from Han Wuxiu's ruthless actions just now, it would be very difficult for him to survive. Sigh, what should I do? After Han Xiu and the others left, Huang He sat on the ground for a while. His heart was filled with complicated emotions. It seemed that the only way was to sacrifice Li Zongjiu. However, who knew what Han Xiu would do? If Li Zongjiu was killed, then he would be next. There would be no chance for him to escape. I'll have to go back and think about it. Huang He stood up and walked back to the Sacred Flame Royal City. After entering the Sacred Flame Royal City, there was no need to think about hiding. Han Xiu's power would be even more terrifying in the city. Huang He could even feel countless pairs of eyes staring at him after he entered the city. Chapter 520. Something big had happened in the Sparrow Saint Casino, which was the replacement of the management staff. After a heated discussion, the Pan family chose to replace the person in charge of the Sparrow Saint Casino. The Pan family had been kicked out of the casino. No matter what, the Pan family had an undeniable responsibility for this matter. The moment the Pan family was kicked out of the Sparrow Saint Casino, she was immediately invited over by Tai-Fi. The Pan family seemed to hesitate for a while, but after explaining the situation, she chose to stay in the Broad Delight Casino for the time being. The final decision still depended on whether Li Zongjiu could withstand the pressure behind the Pan family. The Ninth Prince. The Pan family had dismissed the Pan family because she had made a mistake in the Sparrow Saint Casino. However, during this period of time, she had been under the Ninth Prince's protection, which was why she hadn't been executed by the Pan family. Tai-Fi was ecstatic. He hadn't expected the Pan family to be so stupid. Did they really think that the Sparrow Saint Casino was built because of the Pan family's reputation? If it hadn't been for the 9 Victories Divine Queen, the Sparrow Saint Casino wouldn't have been worth mentioning and would have been reduced to a third-rate casino. Then, it would gradually become worthless. The Pan family couldn't even see the most direct cost clearly. This was the end of the Pan family. Who is the master behind your families, young master? The Pan family finally asked the question that had been in her heart for a long time. The fact that Li Zongjiu was able to act so unscrupulously without any scruples meant that there was definitely someone protecting him behind the scenes. Although they had messed up the situation, they were still alive and well. Hee. You don't have to make wild guesses about this matter. As for the Ninth Prince, there is nothing to be afraid of. Tai-Fi didn't know where he got the courage to directly ignore the Ninth Prince's pressure. Could it be that after following Li Zongjiu for a long time, he gradually became more confident? Thinking back to when he was young, he was also fearless and daring. However, at this age, he seemed to have a feeling of being timid and afraid of the slightest thing. Now that he had followed Li Zongjiu, his fighting spirit had been reignited. This life was already equivalent to being picked up, so there was nothing to worry about. When Madame Pan saw this, she did not ask any more questions. At this moment, his subordinates also came to report. Lung Aotian, who came yesterday, came alone today, and directly asked for Li Zongjiu. Since Li Zongjiu was not around, the one who came out to receive him was Tai-Fi. Tai-Fi let Lung Aotian come over, and the two of them sat in the guest room. Since they were open to do business, they did not have any enemies to begin with. Therefore, even if there was a fight yesterday, since Lung Aotian came today with sincerity, he would open the door to meet him. At this moment, Tai-Fi once again felt the benefits of being strong. If their Bo-Yu casino did not have enough strength, this Lung Aotian would not have been so polite as to ask someone to inform him. Instead, he would have directly charged in. Even if he destroyed your door, what could you do? Without strength, you would forever be an ant in the eyes of others. He could completely disregard him. Your young master wants to have a chat with young master? When Tai-Fi heard Ling Aotian's words, he was slightly surprised. This meant that Li Zongjiu's actions had finally alerted the person behind this, the Ninth Prince. Initially, he thought that this matter would pass quickly, and even if the Ninth Prince knew about it, he would not be too concerned. However, The ninth prince had actually come out to meet Li Zhongjie personally. Tai Fai did not know what to do for a moment. After Leng Aotian gave him the time and address, he left immediately. No one would dare to ignore the ninth prince's personal appearance. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe. It was clear that no one in Royal City would dare to disregard the dignity of the royal family. No one would dare to do such a thing. 8 p.m. Supreme Tower, Supreme Pavilion. The meeting location was arranged at the Supreme Pavilion. Clearly, the other party wanted to show Li Zhongjie who was in his power. At the same time, he also wanted to express his intentions. He wanted to recruit Li Zhongjie as his subordinate. The Supreme Tower was a place where only those who possessed the status of royalty could reserve a seat. Ordinary people didn't have the qualifications to enter and spend money there. It was a symbol of strength and status in itself. Those who could enter were people who were able to enter. It was also a symbol of the royal family's authority. As for the Supreme Pavilion, it was even more oppressive. However, it also showed how much the ninth prince valued Li Zhongjie. When Leng Aotian left the Great Delight Casino, he raised his head and saw the Queen of Nine Victories, Pan Shi, standing on the stairs. Leng Aotian's heart skipped a beat when he saw her. He had seen Madame Pan under the ninth prince's command before. However, why did she appear in Li Zhongjie's territory now? Leng Aotian did not care. After all, this matter had nothing to do with him. Who knew if this was the young master's arrangement? This matter was still unclear, and there was no need to interfere too much. Right now, he only wanted to rescue the people of the Imperial Martial Pavilion. The members of the Blazing Sword Union were also feeling extremely miserable. It could be said that they had suffered a lot in this dungeon. There were even a few people who had signed their names and were willing to borrow 50 million purple yuan to temporarily regain their freedom. Some of them had good family backgrounds, so it wasn't impossible for them to gather 50 million purple yuan. They obtained their freedom in advance. Wan Zhong, who was in the dungeon, was furious. Li Zhongjie actually dared to treat them like this. Not only did he not give them enough to eat, but he would also beat them up and humiliate them at the slightest sign of trouble. This was unbearable for Wan Zhong. He was even thinking of a way to deal with Li Zhongjie. Deputy Alliance Master, cough cough. We have been imprisoned for a few days. Has the Alliance Master thought of a way? Wan Zhong was thinking of a way to deal with this in his heart. Suddenly, a new member came to Wan Zhong's side. The latter looked young, but was only a new member of the Imperial Martial Pavilion. Because his talent was discovered, he was also recruited into the Blazing Sword Union by Wan Zhong. Basically, towards the end, they would have to snatch the resources of these new members. This was because when they reached a certain level, they would often choose to leave the union or join other associations. This was a very normal thing. What's wrong with you? Wan Zhong couldn't help but ask when he saw the new member in front of him. The latter's face was pale and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked extremely unwell. This is a hereditary disease. I must eat sweets within 3 days. Otherwise, I will go into shock. I feel that my body is getting weaker and weaker. Has it been a long time? Wan Zhong's eyes lit up when he heard the new member's words. A bold idea surfaced in his mind. If someone dies in this dungeon and the Imperial Martial Pavilion's members are here, then even if there are 10 Great Delight casinos, they won't be able to stop it. Chapter 521. Early in the morning, a dispatch was delivered to Li Zhongjie's residence. The delivery man was also part of the official staff of the Imperial Court. Therefore, he directly threw the letter in through the door. When Li Zhongjie saw the dispatch, he picked it up and opened it. He could see the Thousand Taste Herb Hall's logo on it. It's just a transaction for a medicinal herb. They actually have to go out of the city. Are these people so timid when doing business? However, Li Zhongjie did not think too much about it. He just assumed that these people were being careful. However, the Thousand Taste Herb Hall's speed was still relatively fast. They actually settled the matter so quickly. Li Zhongjiu liked this kind of efficiency. Even if the transaction was outside the city, Li Zhongjiu did not care. It was just a matter of taking 2 more steps. As for whether the Thousand-Taste Herb Hall would organize people to plot against him, he did not care at all. Li Zhongjiu did not care about these kinds of methods. He did not even put his thoughts on them. With the demon lotus and a few more medicinal herbs, I can refine a high-grade 5th-grade elixir, the King's Blood Demon Lotus Elixir. By relying on this medicinal pill, Li Zhongjiu's mental energy would be able to advance to the king level. With that, he would not have any problems with the later stages of the Genius Tower. After arranging the medicinal herbs in his hands, he happened to see the Shadow Fox and the Howling Moon Wolf King walking back from outside the manor. "Young master? You came out of seclusion?" The Shadow Fox was holding an item in his hand. It looked like a huge axe. How could such a weapon appear in the hands of an assassin? Not only that, but looking at the Shadow Fox, it seemed that he had more than just a few items. The Howling Moon Wolf King's claws were also wearing some gold rings and the like. Most importantly, there were several rings of jewelry around the Howling Moon Wolf King's neck. It was really shocking. This was just a domestic pet dog, but it was actually so luxurious. What did you do? With a single glance, Li Zhongjiu knew what these people had done. It was likely that they had robbed some treasury. If one were to talk about playing with fire, these 2 fellows were even more formidable than him. They actually dared to rob Sacred Flame Royal City in broad daylight. If you are targeted, it won't be long before a large group of special envoys barges in and takes you away. This isn't my idea. It's all that chick's idea. I just did whatever she told me to do," Yinghu hurriedly said. From the looks of it, he seemed to be a little embarrassed. It was indeed hard to believe that this cold-blooded killer, who killed decisively in the outside world, would reveal such an attitude in front of a young man like Li Zhongjiu. "So you robbed the Saber and Axe Pavilion's treasury?" Li Zhongjiu glanced at Yinghu and said. The weapon in her hand clearly carried the aura of the Saber Axe Pavilion. This Song Jieyu was really courageous. She actually dared to use this move. If the matter of Yinghu and the others was exposed, then this debt would probably fall on Li Zhongjiu's head. And if it succeeded, it would directly digest all of these things. Robbing the Saber and Axe Pavilion's treasury was equivalent to a fire in their backyard. It would be very difficult to succeed without a spy. It seemed that Song Jieyu had already planned this. I'm going to hand these things over to the young master," Yinghu said with a smile. Li Zhongjiu waved his hand. "You can keep them for yourself." Li Zhongjiu didn't care about these things. If he took them all, wouldn't he be exploiting Yinghu? Li Zhongjiu also disdained to do such a thing. However, Li Zhongjiu didn't know what Song Jieyu's plan was. However, it seemed that the Saber and Axe Pavilion was about to come to an end. The Great Pleasure Casino also came to pass a message, saying that the Empress of 9 Victories had come to seek refuge. Li Zhongjiu could see the unyielding will in this woman's eyes. Although she was fine now, the Empress of 9 Victories wanted to struggle out of it. This was because being trapped in such a quagmire was not the life the Empress of 9 Victories wanted. Now, even if she jumped into the Great Pleasure Casino, it wouldn't make any difference if she fell into another quagmire from one quagmire to another. However, if she wanted to get freedom from Li Zhongjiu, she first had to prove her strength. Now that the Great Pleasure Casino was not established, it was impossible for Tai-Fi to manage it alone. Moreover, it would be too easy for Tai-Fi to be in charge alone. Sometimes, he would become arrogant without realizing it. Li Zhongjiu certainly had this common sense. Killing Tai-Fi was naturally easy, but Li Zhongjiu didn't have so much time to reorganize the forces below. It was just like when the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang died, the forces under him immediately became independent. All of them had their own ideas. It would be very difficult to reorganize them because it was very likely that they had already contacted other gangs in advance. If he received their protection, then it wouldn't be so simple. Li Zongjiu arrived at the Great Pleasure Casino. It was early in the morning, and the top floor of the Great Pleasure Casino was also in a state of renovation. After all, a big hole was created by Yi Tianxue last time. It would be a huge project to repair it. "Good morning, young master." "Good morning, boss." Along the way, the hired adventurers also saluted Li Zongjiu. In fact, Li Zongjiu's achievements yesterday had already shocked them. Being able to catch the short man's iron rod with his bare hands proved his powerful strength. After that, Tai Feihe's punch severely injured the short man. He was still unconscious until now. However, Tai Feihe had also allocated a huge sum of money for the latter's medical expenses. When everyone saw this, they were not envious. If the person was already like this, then what was the point of having so much money? Therefore, they were also respectful and afraid of Li Zongjiu. "Young master, you are here." Tai Fei came out to greet him, but it could be seen that Tai Fei's expression did not seem to be very good. "What's wrong?" This morning, Ling Aotian of the Imperial Martial Pavilion came and said that the 9th Prince invited you to the Supreme Tower. Chapter 522. 9th Prince? I'm not free. Li Zongjiu directly refused. How could any Tom, Dick or Harry be able to invite Li Zongjiu? In his previous life, even if Emperor Xingyan wanted to invite Li Zongjiu, he had to send 3 letters in a row. At that time, Li Zongjiu was just passing by on the way. In Yi Shiwen's previous life, Yi Shiwen did not remember anything about the 9th Prince. Most likely, the 9th Prince died halfway. However, the princes below him were really unlucky. Although the Crown Prince was appointed early on, the Sacred Flame Emperor's cultivation had a breakthrough during a cultivation session. Instantly, he obtained almost immortality. Therefore, the position of the Crown Prince was always there. It was very late that the Crown Prince was appointed. Emperor Xingyan also entered the depths of the Imperial Palace to cultivate in seclusion. Only by breaking through the path of immortality could he be immortal and enjoy these privileges forever. Therefore, the position of the Crown Prince had been occupied for a very long time. In this position, one had to bear some very serious dangers, because the rising star was also very likely to make a comeback. Even if you were the Crown Prince, as long as you were secretly taken away, you would die. Naturally, the position of the Crown Prince would have to be chosen again if the person died. Therefore, this wasn't a good job. Even if the 9th Prince became the Crown Prince, Li Zongjiu wouldn't pay too much attention to him. Moreover, this kid was just a prince. If he wanted to jump around in front of Li Zongjiu, he was thinking too highly of himself. Well, the 9 Victories Queen of Heaven of the Sparrow Saint Casino wants to have a talk with you, young master. Let her come over, Li Zongjiu said. Tai Fei also rolled his eyes in his heart. The difference between a man and a woman was so big. The 9th Prince was a man, and he invited you to the Supreme Tower, but you actually rejected him. However, when the 9 Victories Queen of Heaven of the 9 Victories Queen of Heaven came to meet you, you directly agreed very straightforwardly. Although it wasn't said on the surface, the degree of favoritism was not ordinary. However, it was also good that Li Zongjiu did not go to the Supreme Tower. Otherwise, once he entered the Supreme Tower, it would definitely be a feast at Hongmen. The 9th Prince would appear personally, which meant that he wanted a result. If he did not get this result, it would definitely be a very bad result. If he didn't go, it would more or less leave some leeway. However, in this way, it would more or less reveal his identity. Li Zongjiu didn't need to go, so naturally, there wouldn't be any more problems. Even if he really wanted to investigate in the future, it would be easier to find a reason to dodge it. Tai Fei arranged for the 9 Victories Queen of Heaven to meet with Li Zongjiu. After that, Tai Fei didn't stay in the room. Instead, he went downstairs to deal with the matters of the casino. The daily salary distribution and the repair of the roof all needed someone to take care of it. Just as Tai Fei was giving orders, someone came to ask, Someone else came to seek an audience. The person who came was an old servant. The old servant also had a gilded invitation card in his hand. He handed it to Tai Feihe. My young master invites young master Li Zongjio to the Tianxin Hall for a chat. Tianxin Hall? Tai Fei was shocked when he heard this name. The Tianxin Hall wasn't a simple place. It was a place where many great scholars sat and discussed. Most importantly, this place was set up by the fifth prince. The fifth prince himself was extremely knowledgeable and liked to make friends. Therefore, he set up the Tianxin Hall and invited all the scholars in the world to study and discuss here so that they could interact and improve. The Heavenly Will Hall required an invitation to enter. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to enter without an invitation. Only those who were invited by the Heavenly Will Hall would be qualified to enter. Otherwise, the Heavenly Will Hall would be a forbidden place to visit. By the time Tai Fei came back to his senses, the old man had already disappeared without a trace. This made Tai Fei's heart tremble. From the looks of it, the other party's skills were definitely quite strong. A Yuan monarch elite. He actually made a Yuan monarch elite run errands for him. The fifth prince is determined to win. Even the Tianxin Hall had sent an invitation to Li Zongjio. It was obvious that these princes were also paying attention to Li Zongjio. Subsequently, 2 more princes came in succession and sent invitations to Li Zongjio. These invitations were stuffed into Tai Fei's hands. Tai Fei's eyes widened when he saw the invitations in his hands. The 3rd prince and the 11th prince have also sent invitations to the young master. Even if he wants to go now, he won't be able to do it. Among these princes, they had thought that the 5th prince was already thinking highly of Li Zongjio. However, it seemed that the 3rd prince was also paying attention to Li Zongjio. This clearly showed that the 3rd prince was on a higher level. This was because the 3rd prince was the 3rd oldest among all the princes. Furthermore, his family wasn't weak either. They had the backing of a 10-city family. The so-called clans of the 10 cities meant that the clan's influence could affect the 10 cities. Furthermore, these cities were all first-class cities. This was rather impressive. If the family didn't have sufficient standards, it wouldn't be able to hold on. Between each city was a small underworld. Even if one had the strength to fight their way into one city, they might not have the strength to fight their way into all 10 cities. At present, the 3rd prince had a higher chance of winning the competition. After all, the 1st prince was too old. The 2nd prince was also on the other side of the border. He was wholeheartedly practicing martial arts and establishing his career. It seemed that he didn't have any intention of returning to the capital. Therefore, the 3rd prince had a lot of advantages. However, there were too many princes below. It would be very difficult for him to cover the sky with one hand. Unless he could get the support of the Sima family. Keep these invitations first. We'll talk about it when the young master comes out. Tai Fei held the invitations in his hand. Even he felt that these invitations were a little troublesome. However, it was enough to prove the young master's strength. In such a short time, he actually received the request of the 3rd prince. It was really enviable. In the office, Madame Pan also explained her intentions to Li Zongjio. If young master can help me take revenge, then I, Du Lianyi, am willing to serve young master forever. Revenge? Is that why you're here? Li Zongjio glanced at Madame Pan. It seemed that in King City, everyone had a story and everyone had a purpose. That's right. I can't see your service now. If you want me to help you, that's fine. You have to show me something that can prove your strength and your value. Madame Pan looked into Li Zongjio's eyes. From the first time she saw Li Zongjio in the Boyu Casino, she knew that the latter was extraordinary. Now that Li Zongjio sat in such a position, for Madame Pan, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chapter 523. This account book is enough to exchange for 1/3 of the Pan family's wealth. Madame Pan finally took out her secret weapon. She had been trapped in the Pan family for many years. If this continued, there would be no way out. Hence, after meeting Li Zongjiu, she did not hesitate and chose to attack. If she had misjudged him, she could only blame herself for being unlucky. I don't care about the Pan family's wealth. Unexpectedly, Li Zongjiu waved his hand. After all, it was a fixed amount of wealth and had no value. This was because it was a fixed number and would be used up sooner or later. What Li Zongjiu wanted was an endless stream of wealth that would last for a long time. Casinos and pawnshop. I want these two to become the best in the Sacred Flame Imperial City. Since Taifai is managing the casinos, I'll let you manage the pawnshop. If you can, that's fine. If you can't, please leave. Li Zongjiu pushed the account book back. The pawnshop was another deep pool of water. If Li Zongjiu mastered these two industries, it would be equivalent to grasping a lifeline. If he mastered these two sources of wealth, it would have a great influence on Li Zongjiu. At the same time, it would also touch the interests of many people. Pawnshop? There are more than 1,000 pawnshops in the city alone. Even the 4 great families have their resources. It's impossible to monopolize it. The Empress of 9 Victories said. The reason why she knew so much about pawnshops was because the Pan family happened to be in the middle of the pawnshop trend. Although they were not the best, they were considered to be in the upper middle. Hence, Madame Pan knew so much about it. She also knew that it was impossible. Oh? The 4 great families have a share too? Since you can't do it, then forget it. Li Zongjiu stood up and said. Cooperation had to be a win-win situation. If it was really impossible, then Li Zongjiu had to win. Now that he had been reborn, he was not here to do good deeds and comprehend life, but to shoulder a heavy responsibility. If you were of no value to Li Zongjiu, then you were not qualified to talk to Li Zongjiu. Wait. Du Liani stood up and said. Pan's original name was Du Liani. If you have the support of the 4 gold medal casinos, it won't be difficult to get a pawnshop. If you can help me take revenge, I'll help you enter the pawnshop. Within a year, I will definitely squeeze into the middle reaches. Currently, Li Zongjiu had a total of 3 gold medal casinos. If the Sparrow Saint Casino was included, it would be a total of 4 gold medal casinos. However, the management rights of the Sparrow Saint Casino were still in the hands of the Pan family. Therefore, it was difficult to succeed at the moment. If he wanted to succeed, he would have to take over the Sparrow Saint Casino first. Then I'll leave the last casino to you. Li Zongjiu said. Who is your enemy? Her enemy was naturally the person who killed her father. Du Liani's eyes burned with anger when she thought of this person. This was the flame of hatred and anger that she had not forgotten for a single day in all these years. The son of the Imperial Guard Commander, Xiao Tiance. The son of the Imperial Guard Commander? Li Zongjiu did not expect the Empress of 9 Victories' enemy to be the son of the Imperial Guard Commander. However, this was not a difficult task for Li Zongjiu. All right, after you take over the Sparrow Saint Casino, I'll bring you that guy's head. No, I want to cut off his head with my own hands. Du Liani said coldly. In fact, Du Liani had found her true love when she married into the Pan family. She thought that she could live happily for the rest of her life. However, on the 2nd day of their marriage, her husband was brutally murdered. In order to protect the Pan family's reputation, the Pan family announced that he had died of an illness. Because they covered it up well, no one mentioned it again. However, Du Liani knew the truth. Because the other party was so powerful, even the Pan family did not dare to go against them. Du Liani originally thought that she would have a chance if she relied on the 9th prince. However, she gradually realized that it was impossible because the 9th prince relied on the strength of the Imperial Guard. As a result, Du Liani's hope of revenge was even slimmer. Alright, you have the final say, Li Zongjiu said. This made Du Liani a little surprised. Didn't he need to think about such a serious matter? She thought that Li Zongjiu would hesitate when he heard the name of the Imperial Guard commander's son because it involved the Imperial Guard in the Imperial City. One could imagine how terrifying the strength of the Imperial Guard commander was. If they were to provoke him, it would not be so easy to get away from him. How long would it take to kill the Imperial Guard commander in the Sacred Flame Imperial City? Even if he was the son of the Imperial Guard commander, he was now a Chiliarch. If the 200,000 Imperial Guards were to be mobilized, it would not take long for them to overturn the Sacred Flame Imperial City. Therefore, this was a huge hornet's nest. However, Li Zongjiu agreed without any hesitation. It was as if this Imperial Guard commander was nothing in his eyes. This Li Zongjiu was too confident in himself, Du Lianyi thought in her heart. But for now, even if she had doubts about Li Zongjiu's strength, there was no turning back. At this point, the 9th prince would definitely not let her go easily. Now that she had to help Li Zongjiu deal with the Pan family, Du Lianyi could only speed up. Otherwise, she might not be able to wait until the day Xiao Tiance died in front of her. It's a deal, Du Lianyi said. The account book in her hand was very valuable. If she took it out, the Pan family would have no choice but to compromise. Du Lianyi could have exchanged it for 1/3 of the Pan family's assets, but she only used it to carry out the transaction in the casino. It was fine if she exchanged it for the casino. Even if the Pan family was extremely unwilling, they would probably obey obediently. Once the account book was exposed, the Pan family would be finished. For many years, Du Lianyi had also been jealous of the Pan family's inaction. They clearly knew how her husband died, but they didn't ask for an explanation because of fear. They even took the initiative to apologize to others after the incident. It was really embarrassing. In Du Lianyi's opinion, this was extremely cowardly. Du Lianyi herself had no power or influence. After her husband died, she could only be under house arrest in the Pan family. If she left the Pan family, only death would await her. Even Du Lianyi found it incredible that he could survive until now. The more it was so, the more her desire for revenge never stopped. She had to kill him. This was something that had never been shaken. Chapter 524. Taifai hurriedly handed over the invitation cards when he saw Li Zongjiu walk out. "Young master, these are the invitations from the princes." Li Zongjiu flipped through the invitations casually before tossing them aside. "I'm not free." In the eyes of an outsider, any one of these invitations would be enough to make anyone envious. However, in Li Zongjiu's opinion, these invitations were no different from trash. "Come find me if you have any matters to discuss. I've been rather busy lately," Li Zongjiu said. After obtaining the demonic tuo flower, Li Zongjiu would have to prepare to refine the elixir. Once the elixir was refined, he would have to undergo the final breakthrough at the Genius Pavilion. Therefore, he didn't have time to deal with these people. Everything would have to wait until he obtained the Universe 9 revolving needle. Li Zongjiu also had to personally prepare some medicinal ingredient. Just the cash in his bosom alone exceeded 2 billion. With such a status, he could buy whatever he wanted. "Yes, young master," Taifai said. Then, Li Zongjiu left the Great Delight Casino. Although gathering forces was a very important matter, increasing one's strength was also of utmost importance. Li Zongjiu was in the process of searching for some special medicinal ingredients in the market. Han Wuxiu arrived at a secret room. It was obvious that some people had come to secretly meet him. When he found out that these people had appeared, Han Wuxiu naturally felt more confident. He hadn't expected that Li Zongjiu would be able to help him do a good deed. Not only would these people help him deal with Li Zongjiu, but they would also reward him handsomely. How could Han Wuxiu refuse such a good thing? The Blood Strike Guard acts arrogantly. "As the commander, the greatest authority I have is to make you do things outside the city. Once you're done, leave the Sacred Flame Royal City immediately. Don't leave any traces behind. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite," Han Wuxiu said faintly. Han Wuxiu said faintly. At this moment, there were 2 other people sitting across the table in the secret chamber. "Don't worry, Sir Han. The Blood Strike Guard has always done things cleanly, the other person said. The light in the secret room was dim, so one couldn't see the other person's appearance clearly. However, the person sitting there gave off the feeling that a torrential blood was brewing. The saber on his waist also inadvertently revealed a trace of luster. 6 bronze. 6 bronze Blood Strike Guard. A mere Blood Strike Guard with 3 bronze ranks was already a Sky Origin ancestor. The people who had chased after the 3 bronze ranks had all been led by a Blood Strike Guard with 4 bronze rank. The Blood Strike Guard had already tracked down Li Zhongjiu, who was in the city. If they couldn't bring back Li Zhongjiu's head, the Blood Strike Guard would lose all face. Therefore, they had sent a Blood Strike Guard with 6 bronze ranks to lead the team. One could imagine how terrifying the lineup below was. However, this wasn't within Han Wuxiu's consideration. He only needed to think of a way to lure Li Zhongjiu out and his mission would be considered complete. If he could see Li Zhongjiu die in front of him, he would definitely be very excited. That's good. Where's my money? Han Wuxiu asked. 10 mid-grade yuan stones. The other 10 will be handed over after the mission is completed. A burlap bag was pushed over to Han Wuxiu from the table. The Blood Strike Guard with 6 bronze ranks was expressionless, but anyone could sense the sinister aura emanating from him. A transaction like this was worth 20 mid-grade yuan stones. The value of these yuan stones wasn't something purple yuan could compare to. A low-grade yuan stone would normally be sold for 1 million to 5 million gold coins on the market. The value of a mid-grade yuan stone would be 100 times higher. However, the exchange rate between a low-grade yuan stone and a mid-grade yuan stone was 10:1. This was because every yuan stone had a different concentration of spirit energy. The difference in grade was only within a certain range. If the quality was good, the price would be even higher. If the quality wasn't good, the price would be greatly reduced. At the same time, mid-grade yuan stones were like grade 5 elixirs. They were both priceless. No one would be stupid enough to exchange yuan stones for money, as that wouldn't be worth it. Although these 20 mid-grade yuan stones weren't considered priceless, even some small families in third-grade cities wouldn't be able to fork out such a sum. It was obvious that the Blood Strike Guards had really put in a lot of effort. Follow me out of the city at 8 o'clock tonight. I guarantee that you'll see Li Zhongjiu. If I don't receive anything after this, you'll have to wait and see. Han Wuxiu snorted coldly. When exchanging blows with these Blood Strike Guards, he naturally had to muster up his aura. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to suppress these people with their overbearing auras. Then, Han Wuxiu left the place. The conversation in the secret room didn't end just because Han Wuxiu left. The commander wants us to do it cleanly, another person said. He didn't have a saber at his waist, so it was difficult to tell what level he was at. However, the fact that he was able to stand on equal footing with the Blood Strike Guards was enough to prove his strength. This person's status was definitely not inferior to the 6 bronze blood-robed guards. Don't worry, I know what to do, the 6 bronze blood-robed guard said. Li Zhongjiu didn't know that someone had already started to target him. They had even started to plot against him. They strolled around Royal City until the afternoon, when the sky gradually darkened. This trip was pretty good. They had prepared everything they needed. At the same time, Li Zhongjiu also went to find out more about the Spirit Stone market. A beginner grade, 5 elixir can only be exchanged for a mid-grade Spirit Stone. I didn't know that Spirit Stones were so expensive these days. Li Zhongjiu couldn't help but exclaim. As one's cultivation progressed, elixirs could only be used as support. Yuan stones would become the mainstream. Of course, this wasn't because the elixir wasn't good enough, but because most people couldn't afford to consume it. They could only take one at a critical moment. This was because the absorption effect of the elixir was several times better than that of the yuan stones. It seemed like he had to go somewhere to get some yuan stones. Although he had killed Yi Lantian previously, there weren't many yuan stones in Yi Lantian's storage ring. This was because Yi Lantian's cultivation wasn't high. He was only a first-grade Yuan monarch. Furthermore, most of his belongings were stored in his family's treasury, who would carry them around all the time. This was obviously something that rarely happened. A mid-grade Yuan stone could even be absorbed by a primitive emperor. However, the value of a grade 6 elixir couldn't be measured by a grade 5 elixir. Even the current Nantian elixir king couldn't refine a grade 6 elixir. If the Nantian elixir king had such ability, he wouldn't be stuck in this state. Night fell. Li Zongjiu followed the address on the express letter in the morning. He headed towards the Sky Horn Mountain. Chapter 525. The heavenly Horn Mountain was covered in a thick fog. When Li Zongjiu arrived at this place, he already felt a trace of strangeness. Since Huang He had already accepted this task, he must have made preparations. Therefore, it would be safer to stay in the city. If he was surrounded by people outside, he would probably be in a state of helplessness. Therefore, Li Zongjiu guessed that there was something fishy going on. Since there was a trap, he wanted to see what kind of trap it was. It had been a long time since he last killed someone. His hands were itching. At 8 o'clock, a figure groped his way up the mountain. It wasn't Huang He but an errand boy. He didn't seem to know what was going on here. He held a box in his hand and walked to Li Zongjiu. "Are you Li Zongjiu, young Master Li?" the errand boy asked softly. He was very careful with the box in his hand. "It's me." Li Zongjiu nodded. "Boss Huang asked me to give this to you. My task is done. I'll take my leave." The errand boy handed the box to Li Zongjiu. Then, he turned around and rushed down the mountain. However, not long after, he heard the sound of blood splashing in the sky from the thick fog. Splash! When the blood splashed, Li Zongjiu sensed that the other party had made a move. Boom! A sharp blade energy pierced through the thick fog and slashed toward Li Zongjiu. The blade energy landed on the ground, causing a violent explosion. Li Zongjiu gently tapped his foot and retreated. However, behind him, another blade net rushed toward Li Zongjiu. The terrifying blade energy shrouded Li Zongjiu. "You're courting death." Keeping the box in his hand, Li Zongjiu took out the Thunder Slayer blade and slashed behind him. Boom! The Thunder Slayer blade suddenly exploded with lightning. In an instant, the person who had rushed up from behind was pushed back. There were a total of 3 people behind Li Zongjiu. Under this blade attack from Li Zongjiu, they were forced to retreat. Their bodies landed on the ground as they retreated. However, at this moment, they forcefully stabilized their bodies and used the Yuan power in their bodies to forcefully suppress the lightning energy in front of them. Li Zongjiu's casual move had forced them into such a state. It was indeed amazing. "How audacious! You actually dared to ambush me." Li Zongjiu held the Thunder Slash saber in his hand, and there was still no one around him. The enemy seemed to be observing Li Zongjiu in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to kill Li Zongjiu directly. The white fog was probably released by these people. "Sure enough, it's the Thunder Cutter. Since he dared to take our Thunder Cutter, he should be prepared to be beheaded." A person walked out of the white fog. The matter of the Thunder Beheading Saber had been delayed for a long time. The trash of the Saber Axe Pavilion had actually lost such a precious saber. This was a great loss for the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop. As the blacksmith of the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop, he naturally had the responsibility to retrieve the Thunder Slayer blade. Beside that person was another person. Li Zongjiu saw the copper rings wrapped around the weapon of the other party. It was a 6 copper long blade with a blood edge. A 6 copper blood-robed guard. "Oh, so it's the people from Qingyuan Villa. I was wondering why I felt so happy today." Li Zongjiu laughed when he saw these people. With a flick of his mental energy, he immediately dispelled the surrounding thick fog. Suddenly, a large number of figures appeared in the dense fog. When they saw these figures, they were shocked. No one had expected that there would be so many blood-robed guards hiding here. At a glance, one could tell that there were at least 100 blood-robed guards. It seemed like these people had put in a lot of effort to deal with Li Zongjiu. If they couldn't bring back Li Zongjiu's head this time, they wouldn't need to continue living here. The blood-robed guards might as well disband as soon as possible. Among these blood-robed guards, the weakest one was a 4-copper blood-robed guard. There were more than 100 ancestor Yuan powerhouses, and they were all filled with murderous intent. Even a Yuan monarch powerhouse would probably be exhausted to death by this lineup. In addition, the strength of the 6-copper blood-robed guard in front of them had already reached the Yuan monarch level. With such a lineup, they would be able to kill anyone who stood in their way. In the distance, Han Wuxiu and the others were also watching from afar. Han Wuxiu wasn't at ease because he was afraid of the other party's movements. Plus, he wanted to see Li Zongjiu die tragically before his eyes. Therefore, he had to wait here. When he saw that the other party had actually prepared so many people, he was a little surprised. Damn it! They actually brought so many people. If this team infiltrated Monarch City, the destruction it would cause would be terrifying. It was easy to imagine that, apart from the most powerful family clans, the other family clans wouldn't be able to survive the next day if they wanted to destroy them. It would only take one night for this batch of blood-robed guards to wipe them all out. The cold-blooded assassin squad that Qingyuan Manor had spent a huge amount of money to nurture wasn't just for show. Just counting the number of people was enough to make Han Wuxiu's scalp go numb. However, this is good too. I want to see how you will escape this time. Sometimes, you don't have to do it yourself to kill someone. Hee hee. You want to fight me, Li Zongjiu? You are still too inexperienced. Han Wuxiu sneered inwardly. This scene somewhat exceeded Li Zongjiu's expectations. It was obvious that these people had been lying in ambush for a long time. However, due to the white fog, Li Zongjiu hadn't sensed their presence. It seemed like these blood-robed guards had some pretty strong methods. Even so, there was only one outcome. Without waiting for the 6 bronze blood-robed guards to give the order, Li Zongjiu took the lead and charged towards a relatively weaker area with the thunder-slashing blade in hand after clearly seeing the formation of these people. Boom! The power of lightning was frantically released from the thunder-beheading blade. It looked like a terrifying lightning spider web as it flew towards these people. Boom! The frightening power of the lightning instantly fell on the bodies of the 5 Blood Strike Guards, who were all 4 bronze-ranked Blood Strike Guards. They had been through hundreds of battles and killed people like flies. However, the power of lightning was too overbearing. Even though they had mustered all their strength, they were still sent flying. When the power of lightning struck their bodies, a tiny bolt of lightning struck their chests. Boom! The 5 of them were instantly sent flying as wisps of black smoke rose from their chests. They fell to the ground and didn't struggle to get up. Chapter 526. Li Zongjiu didn't even look at the effect of his slash. Instead, he charged towards the others. Formation. Killing revolving sky formation. The Blood Robe Guard ordered. Immediately, the Blood Robe Guards arranged themselves into a circular formation. As they spun, they closed in on Li Zongjiu, surrounded by terrifying murderous auras. Boom! Boom! A total of 5 killing formations spun rapidly towards Li Zongjiu. It was hard to tell if they were real or fake blade auras, but in reality, dozens of blade auras landed on Li Zongjiu's body every second. Li Zongjiu smiled coldly. Save these tricks for fools. In terms of combat experience, Li Zongjiu had more combat experience than everyone present combined. Therefore, how could a small formation trap Li Zongjiu? Even if the formation was profound, the strength of these people was too weak. Obsidian fire. Black dazzling flames lingered on the tip of his blade as Li Zongjiu directly charged towards one of the killing arrays. Without the slightest bit of fear, the blade in his hand slashed down. Before the other party could touch Li Zongjiu, the blade had already slashed down and directly shattered the blade array. Bang! Several figures flew out. Some of them still had traces of flames lingering on their bodies. At first, they thought that the flames could be extinguished with a casual slap, but they were shocked to find that the flames were constantly drilling into their bodies. No! No! Finally, the blazing heat swept over them, and they instantly lost their will to fight. They fell to the ground and struggled non-stop. In the end, they were completely burned, leaving not a single trace behind. The rest of the people were secretly shocked when they saw this scene. The flames were so difficult to deal with. Coupled with the power of the thunder/blade, almost no one could get close to it. A few air-piercing sounds could be heard in the air. Then, a few terrifying energy fluctuations could be seen approaching them. Swoosh! It was the sound of an arrow piercing through the air. Li Zongjiu had no time to dodge. After all, his opponent could be said to be a veteran. Thus, his timing was very accurate. It was exactly the moment when Li Zongjiu's origin power stopped circulating, and he finally made his move. Furthermore, the one who made this move was a blood-robed guard with 5 bronze ranks. Amidst the chaos, the 3 blood-uniform guards seized the opportunity and shot an arrow at Li Zongjiu. 2 of the arrows were dodged by Li Zongjiu, but he was still in the path of the 3rd arrow. Clang! The arrow instantly hit Li Zongjiu's shoulder. The arrowhead instantly shattered. The rest of the force was directly injected into Li Zongjiu's body. This arrow was specially made. In order to prevent it from being blocked when it was shot, at the moment of collision, all the force would be released and the arrow would turn into powder. Therefore, once you were stabbed, there was basically no chance of dodging. Li Zongjiu retreated. Even he felt a sharp pain. His shoulder felt like it was about to be dislocated. However, Li Zongjiu's physical body was very strong, so he gradually recovered from the pain. However, the look in his eyes gradually changed. Very good. The crowd instantly locked onto the person who had shot the arrow. Even that person had a shocked expression on his face. His arrow just now was enough to pierce through the body of a 4th-order origin beast, but Li Zongjiu seemed to be completely unharmed. Even if there was armor, there shouldn't be armor at the shoulder where he had shot. With such rich combat experience, how could he make such a mistake? Just as he was looking at Li Zongjiu in shock, his eyes met with Li Zongjiu's half-smile. Not good! In the next moment, Li Zongjiu threw the Thunder Slayer blade in his hand. The blood-robed guards along the way were sent flying by the power of the Thunder Slayer blade. Even if they wanted to block it, it was simply too late. Li Zongjiu tapped his foot and chased after the Thunder Slayer blade. Everyone, stay calm. The blood-robed guard shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, a strand of Yuan spirit energy surged around him. It was a blood-colored dart frog. The dart frog was very fast and had a strong explosive power. When the latter drew the bow and knocked the arrow, the dart frog directly jumped on the arrow. As the arrow was shot, it hit the thunder-blade with a bang, sending the thunder-blade flying tens of meters away. The dart frog jumped over the terrifying lightning and rushed toward Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu was clearly not afraid of the dart frog. When the dart frog rushed over, Li Zongjiu grabbed the dart frog in his hand. Smack! The dart frog in his hand was thrown to the ground and he fainted. When the blood-robed guard saw this, he felt dizzy. He grabbed the dagger in his hand and prepared to fight in close combat. However, he suddenly felt that the longbow in his hand was snatched away. His longbow was specially made. People with insufficient arm strength would not be able to draw it. The blood-robed guard knew that Li Zongjiu had closed in on him. But now it was too late. The other party had already pressed the bow against his neck. As for him, he pulled the bowstring to an extremely exaggerated state, and then gently released it. Pop! The bowstring was instantly pulled back. It directly cut off the blood-robed guard's neck in an extremely smooth manner. Plop! The blood-robed guard's head fell to the ground and splashed Li Zongjiu's body. This was the first time a blood-robed guard had been killed since the start of the battle. Everyone present was shocked by his words. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched the scene unfold before them in disbelief. The blood-robed guard was a powerful late-stage origin ancestor and had obtained the power of an Yuan spirit. Under such circumstances, his combat strength was naturally extraordinary. This showed how terrifying these people's strength was. However, even such a terrifying person had been killed by Li Zongjiu. Everyone instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at the saber formations from before, they were unable to trap Li Zongjiu. The 6 copper blood-robed guard leaders' dark eyes swept over the people in front of him upon seeing this. He immediately stood up. The blood blade in his hand was unsheathed. It was like a terrifying blood python that came entangling. Immediately, it was accompanied by an aura that could cover the sky and the earth as it charged over. He was a true Yuan monarch. Obviously, even the blood-robed guard could not bear the loss of a blood-robed guard. After all, it was not easy to nurture these blood-robed guards. If they were easily killed by Li Zongjiu, then even if this mission was a success, it would at most be considered a miserable one. The blood python flew towards Li Zongjiu. Its terrifying aura seemed to be able to swallow the heavens and earth. It suddenly approached and landed in front of Li Zongjiu in an instant. Boom! Chapter 527. The blood python descended from the sky and pounced. With a loud bang, it swallowed Li Zongjiu whole. Everyone present was shocked when they saw this scene. Even with Li Zongjiu's strength, he still did not have the slightest ability to fight back against the 6 copper blood strike guard. This troublesome opponent was finally dealt with. Han Wuxiu, who was watching from a distant mountain peak, was overjoyed. That damned bastard was finally subdued by his opponent. Otherwise, he would really think that he was invincible. Hee, what a miserable ending! The corners of Han Wuxiu's mouth curled into a sneer. Even if he did not have to personally take revenge, he still felt very satisfied. So what if you were arrogant and egotistical before? Since you have offended me, you can only be beheaded and obediently accept your death. However, Han Wuxiu's smile did not last long. He saw the blood python's stomach suddenly explode. It seemed like a dragon's claw had torn the blood python's stomach apart. The dragon's claw was in the sky, and its terrifying aura was shocking. Even the 6 bronze blood guards widened their eyes as they watched the scene unfold in front of them in disbelief. The blood python's stomach was easily cut into 2 halves, and an aura of violence and death spread out. Soon after, a figure of a blood dragon appeared with a person wrapped around it. The blood python, which had fallen to the ground, was constantly struggling. It seemed to be in extreme pain, and its body was constantly stretching and rolling on the ground. What is that? All the blood strike guards and the blacksmith of the bright lightning workshop widened their eyes as they stared at the thing wrapped around Li Zongjiu's body. If they were not mistaken, it should be a dragon. Dragon? How could it be? Could it be that Li Zongjiu already had the strength to kill the Dragon Clan? He had actually refined the power of the Dragon Clan into his own original spirit power. This was simply too terrifying. However, this was indeed the case. It was not a simple Yuan beast of the inferior Dragon Clan that only possessed the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. It was a truly terrifying Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan that only existed in legends. Dragon Clan's original spirit. How is this possible? When Han Wuxiu saw the blood dragon that had broken free, its ferocious face and its pure, bloody aura, they were deeply shocked. They did not expect Li Zongjiu to possess the original spirit of the Dragon Clan. What did this mean? It meant that Li Zongjiu's strength was incomparably powerful. Just the power of his Yuan spirit alone was already superior to others. Seeing such a situation, he was naturally shocked. Being able to possess the dragon tribe as an Yuan spirit was sufficient to show just how frightening Li Zongjiu's background was. Moreover, his frightening talent was indeed frightening. Such strength indeed caused one to be shocked in their hearts, and also caused one to become even more jealous. Han Wuxiu stared at Li Zongjiu. No, we must kill Li Zongjiu. We must kill him. We must not allow such a monstrous person to live in this world. Han Wuxiu was already prepared. If these people could not deal with Li Zongjiu, he would do it himself. After a bitter battle, how could Li Zongjiu be unscathed? When the time came, he would rush up and cut off Li Zongjiu's head and ruthlessly step on it. This was his goal. You won't live for long, Li Zongjiu. So what if you have the original spirit of the Dragon Clan? If you die, you will only be a pile of bones. Only those who are alive can be called experts. Han Wuxiu's eyes were extremely gloomy. However, just as his eyes were filled with murderous intent and he was imagining killing Li Zongjiu and stepping on him, Li Zongjiu had already begun to fight back. The blood dragon Yuan spirit had already appeared and tore the blood python into pieces. Under such circumstances, there was no need for much words. The 6 bronze blood strike guard already knew that he was in big trouble. Li Zongjiu leaped up and the Thunder Slayer blade in his hand brewed a terrifying blood thunderbolt. Boom! The scarlet power of the thunderbolt spread all over the ground. It spread like a spider web and filled the entire ground, condensing into a terrifying aura. Rumble! This move wasn't just aimed at the 6 copper blood strike guard. The surrounding blood strike guards were also sent flying. Boom! These people were sent flying in an instant. The blood strike guards had no way of resisting this terrifying thunderbolt. The blacksmith of the Bright Thunder Craftsman workshop was shocked when he saw this scene. He can actually trigger the hidden attribute of the Thunder Slayer blade. Where did this person come from? Is he a natural weapon master? In the world of blacksmiths, there was a type of person known as a weapon master. They were able to use any new weapon as if they were born psychic. They were able to unleash the power of every weapon to the extreme and develop various hidden attributes. They were quite powerful. Seeing Li Zongjiu actually trigger the hidden attribute of the Thunder Slayer blade, the blacksmith was shocked. He was also extremely shocked. This attribute had never been identified, and even the blacksmith himself wasn't sure if it had such an effect. It was a combination with the attribute of the origin power that was used, resulting in an even more powerful amplification effect. In the end, it would cause such a collision. When the blood thunderbolt appeared, the only blacksmith present who knew the trade already knew that it was impossible. Identifying a weapon's attributes required a lot of conditions and countless experiments. Only then would it be possible. Looking at the abundant thunderbolt power on the Thunder Slayer blade, one could tell that it had only been used a few times. If it wanted to continue displaying its power, it would have to be injected with energy again. Li Zongjiu was able to find the hidden attribute and activate it after using the Thunder Slayer blade a few times. Obviously, his strength was very terrifying. One of the blood thunderbolts rushed toward the blacksmith. On the other hand, the blacksmith was incredibly calm. He gently waved his hand to suppress the power, and the blood thunderbolt power seemed to have been attracted to him as it wrapped around his wrist. The rest of the people did not fare so well. Most of them were directly sent flying. His body was covered with fatal wounds, and he had been blasted clean. The moment the blood thunderbolt wrapped around their bodies, the blood in their bodies was directly burned up. The blood strike guard with the long saber in his hand blocked in front of him. The surrounding power surged out in all directions. When the blood thunderbolt was released, the blacksmith saw that his body was covered with wounds. Li Zongjiu's figure appeared in front of the blood strike guard. To be able to force me to this point, your death is worth it. The 6 bronze blood strike guard's eyes emitted a terrifying glow. Chapter 528. His gaze suddenly became sharp, and the surrounding atmosphere also became extremely terrifying at this moment. Li Zongjiu stood where he was, not panicking at all. He gazed at the 6 copper blood-robed guards. When he saw them again, he saw that the corpse of the blood python at his feet had gradually turned into a pool of blood and merged into the opponent's body. Li Zongjiu saw this scene and felt that it was a little interesting. First of all, the origin spirit would not die. Unless the host died, the origin spirit itself was a kind of energy that the origin beast entrusted to the host. As long as the host was alive, this energy was equivalent to endless. However, the degree of injury was different every time, so the recovery time and speed would be different. Sometimes, it would even take 10 or 20 years to recover. In this kind of situation, once the origin spirit was in an injured state and in a spiritual state, there was no way to display any effect. However, looking at the situation of the 6 copper blood-robed guard in front of him, it seemed to be directly absorbing energy from the origin spirit's remaining spiritual power. This was almost overdrafting the origin spirit's power. It was clearly seriously injured, but it did not let the origin spirit enter a state of automatic recovery. Instead, it absorbed all the remaining power. In this way, it strengthened its own state. He felt the 6 copper blood-robed guards' aura become stronger. Li Zongjiu also nodded his head slightly. Although such a method could kill 1,000 enemies, it would also cause 800 casualties. However, it was also a more sensible method. Compared to the origin spirit's life, of course, his own life was more important. Eat my blade. Blood python slash. Immediately, the 6 copper blood-robed guard roared, and the long blade in his hand suddenly slashed toward Li Zongjiu. That terrifying power instantly erupted. It rushed forward like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Boom! The thunder slash blade in Li Zongjiu's hand fell to the ground. Suddenly, a terrifying thunderbolt power burst out, diffusing out. From afar, it looked like a thunderbolt ball that suddenly protected Li Zongjiu. The blood python slash brought along a terrifying power as it smashed into the lightning defensive barrier. Bang! When the two sides collided, lightning instantly spread out in all directions. They flew in all directions. The power of the blood python had also disappeared. Clearly, this move was also a draw. The ground where Li Zongjiu had been standing had already turned into ruins. However, there was no sign of Li Zongjiu's corpse, so the blood strike guards immediately started looking around. Li Zongjiu was nowhere to be found. Take my blade as well. Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. Then, Li Zongjiu's figure fell from the sky, and the long saber in his hand slashed down fiercely. What? The 6 bronze blood-robed guard raised his head and looked at Li Zongjiu, who was descending from the sky. When did he rush up to the sky? Now that he had jumped down, wouldn't that be taking his life? He had just made a move, and his strength had not yet recovered. Facing Li Zongjiu's sure-kill attack, there was no way for him to dodge. Thunder-sealing saber case. Just as Li Zongjiu was about to split the 6 bronze blood-robed guard in half, a voice came from the side. In an instant, there seemed to be something falling on the thunder-slash-blade. Then, all the lightning energy on the thunder-slash-blade was withdrawn at this moment. Buzz! In the next moment, the thunder-slash-blade let out a whistling sound and left Li Zongjiu's hand, flying to the side. Li Zongjiu, who had lost the thunder-beheading blade, was surprised for a moment. However, he quickly adjusted himself and landed on the 6 bronze blood-robed guard's head with his palm. Boom! Li Zongjiu's palm contained hidden power. When this power surged into the 6 bronze blood-robed guard's body, his head did not suffer any damage. However, the area below his neck seemed to have been torn to pieces by countless barbed wires in the air. It was smashed to pieces. Fuck, the surrounding blood-robed guards gasped. As blood-robed guards, they had seen all kinds of bloody scenes. However, this was the first time they had seen someone killed like this. They were blood-robed guards, but they were also human beings. When they saw something that exceeded their limits, they would feel shocked and scared. Li Zongjiu lifted the 6 bronze blood-robed guard's head with one hand and turned to look at a gray-robed middle-aged man not far away. He was slowly putting the thunder-beheading blade into a box. It was this fella who had taken the thunder-beheading blade back. He should have come from the Radiant Thunder Workshop. Judging from his aura, he should be a blacksmith. When the blacksmith saw Li Zhongjio's gaze, he actually felt a little nervous. This thunder beheading blade originally belonged to the Radiant Thunder Workshop. I took it back in accordance with the rules of the underworld. You can solve your own problems. I just came to take back the thunder beheading blade. The middle-aged man wanted to forcefully explain. After all, the strongest 6 bronze blood-robed guard had been killed. If he didn't leave now, he would probably be killed by Li Zhongjio. Who would have thought that this kid would actually be so strong? He had actually killed the 6 bronze blood-robed guard. Now only the head was left. The outcome was really tragic. Hee. Look at me. Do I look like the kind of person who is easy to talk to? Li Zhongjio smiled faintly. In the next moment, an ominous glint appeared in his eyes. The Blood Soul Plane. All the blood-robed guards present were included. The blacksmith also wanted to escape, but there was no way for him to do so. His surroundings had already turned into a blood-red environment. At the same time, a terrifying and manic atmosphere filled the place. Ah! A blood-curdling scream was heard from the blood-red world. Then, more screams were heard. One by one, they fell to the ground. The surrounding scarlet color became more and more intense. Not good! The gray-robed middle-aged man felt the aura around him. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that a figure had appeared in front of him. It was Li Zhongjio. Li Zhongjio's figure flashed out and grabbed the gray-robed middle-aged man's neck. He stared at the gray-robed middle-aged man in front of him. The feeling of death is very good, isn't it? The corners of Li Zhongjio's mouth curled up. This time, these people from Qingyuan Villa had really provoked Li Zhongjio. They had actually dared to set up an ambush against him. The nature of this situation was different. Previously, Li Zhongjio had approached these people to try his luck and adjust his mood. However, these people had taken the initiative to come to him. This was a real provocation to Li Zhongjio. Since they wanted to become enemies with Li Zhongjio, they had to be prepared to be killed. He stretched out his hand and waved. In the surrounding blood-red space, several lines of blood immediately appeared and landed on the gray-robed middle-aged man's body. Suddenly, the gray-robed middle-aged man looked as if he had been pierced by countless blood arrows. They continuously connected the blood vessels all over his body and continuously transmitted the blood from his body. Chapter 529. Without a doubt, this process was extremely painful. It was as if every bone in their bodies had been pulled out. As their blood flowed out, their bodies shriveled up. They could feel the blood in their bodies disappearing, and how terrifying Li Zhongjio was. As their blood flowed out, the surrounding aura of the blood spirit world became even more ferocious. None of the blood strike guards were able to break through the blood spirit world, and the power in their bodies was slowly draining away. They actually had no way of resisting it. This strange power seems to want to devour me, one of the guards shouted as he knelt on the ground. Now, he was only left with this low growl. As the power of the blood spirit world continued to increase, it absorbed a lot of the aura of the blood spirit world. Eventually, the blood in his body was also forcefully sucked into the blood spirit world. Buzz! One of the guards spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was plastered to the ground as the blood in his body was frantically being absorbed. A pile of white bones appeared on the ground, but the bones were soon consumed. It was as if the blood spirit world was a huge stomach that was constantly digesting things that contained flesh and blood. There were so many blood strike guards present, but not a single one of them had been able to escape. In everyone's opinion, such a situation was impossible. Let's gather the remaining forces and kill our way out. A 5 bronze blood strike guard immediately called for the rest of the guards to gather around. There were still a dozen or so people left. At this moment, they were gathered together in a scattered manner. However, they still looked very miserable. All of their faces were pale. Gather your vital energy and blood into my body. I will use my bow and arrow to open a path. Although most of the blood strike guards hesitated when they heard this, now wasn't the time to be indecisive. After all, this was only a little bit of power left in their bodies. If they were to send it out, it would definitely speed up their death. They estimated that they wouldn't last more than a few minutes in the blood spirit world before dying. However, unity was their only hope right now. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone channeled their vital energy and blood into the 5 bronze blood strike guards' body one by one. Immediately, an incomparably terrifying aura erupted from the blood-robed guard's body. Just as the aura of the 5 bronze blood-robed guards reached a terrifying state, evil smiles appeared on their faces, which were facing away from the crowd. "Thank you for your support. I will go back and report your contributions." The 5th bronze blood-robed guard sneered and unexpectedly used his power to shake off the people in front of him. At the same time, he also flew into the distance. He was holding a black iron ball in his hand. Immediately, he threw the metal ball in his hand forward. Boom! This was a heaven-quaking thunder. The blood spirit world was forcefully torn apart because of the terrifying power contained in this heaven-quaking thunder. It was none other than the blood essence he had plundered from the blood strike guards. With a whooshing sound, the blood-robed guard's figure flew out. "What? Damn it! Get me out of here! Why not?" The blood-robed guards were already in danger. However, he did not expect that he would end up in such a state. It was obvious that another batch of leaks had been harvested from them. "I don't want to die here. No! Let us go, please let us go." Their professionalism was useless here. As long as they could give them a chance to live, they would do anything. And a miracle happened at this very moment. They could clearly feel the blood essence in their bodies stop flowing. At this moment, he was slowly recovering. "If you don't want to die, then capture that kid first." Li Zhongjiu's figure had appeared in front of them without them noticing. Li Zhongjiu appeared like a god, easily controlling their fate. Some of them immediately knelt down. "Please have mercy, sir. Let us go. Sir, please spare our lives. We had no choice. We didn't want to come." The blood strike guards were all clear-headed. They knew that they would die with a single slash. It would be fine if their heads were chopped off with a single slash, but using this thing to slowly strip the blood from their bodies was too frightening. Nobody wanted to experience this feeling of slowly losing their blood. Therefore, they immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. In comparison, kneeling down and begging for mercy was much easier. "Whoever can kill the one who escaped, I'll let you live. If you want to escape, you can go ahead and escape." The corners of Li Zhongjiu's mouth curled up slightly. There was a reason why he was called the Evil Lord. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu opened up a hole in the blood spirit world and sent out all the people who had been cheated of their blood and chi energy. There were about 20 of them. The blood-robed guard, who had just escaped with great difficulty, was overjoyed when he rushed out of the blood spirit plane. It was as if he had been reborn. When he landed on the ground, he hurriedly took out a few elixirs from his storage ring and stuffed them into his mouth. It was better to remain calm at such a crucial moment. Otherwise, how could he have thought of such a good idea? Just thinking about it made him feel that he was too smart. When he sensed that he had recovered some of his strength, the blood-robed guard didn't think about taking revenge. Given the current situation, it was better to escape as soon as possible. However, just as the blood-robed guard was about to leave, he felt a pair of eyes behind him. However, he felt that there were a few more pairs of eyes behind him. He couldn't help but look behind him. Immediately, he saw dozens of ferocious eyes staring at him. Weren't these people the ones he had cheated? How was this possible? How could Li Zhongjiu release all these people so quickly? Li Zhongjiu was too bold. This really shocked him. He couldn't believe it. Was Li Zhongjiu a fool? Wasn't he afraid that these people would run away? "Since you're all out, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and run. He definitely won't be able to catch you." The blood-robed guard continued to come up with rotten ideas. Unfortunately, He could have chosen to trust Li Zhongjiu. However, it seemed that he couldn't continue to be cheated. Brothers, kill him! Chapter 530. These blood strike guards were bloodthirsty by nature, so they had placed their trust in Luo Yunyang during such a critical moment. However, Luo Yunyang had actually used such a method to slap them in the face and completely obliterate what little trust they had left. Under these circumstances, Luo Yunyang would be able to enjoy the bloody massacre of these crazy blood strike guards if he had the chance. Kill! Kill! Their killing intent soared to the sky. None of the blood-robed guards chose to flee. Instead, they all charged forward. The blood-robed guard with 5 bronze ranks immediately took out his bow and shot out a few arrows. After killing a few people, the others closed in on them. When they got closer, the 5 bronze blood strike guard unsheathed a dagger and chopped off several heads. He effortlessly chopped off the heads of a few people. Under the great shock of his elemental energy, it seemed as if he wanted to send the people around him flying. However, these bloodthirsty blood strike guards didn't show any fear. They had already died once anyway. Even if they had to die this time, they would still capture the person before them. No matter what, they had to find a scapegoat. A frantic massacre was ongoing. Han Wuxiu, who was on the mountain in the distance, was clearly a little bewildered when he saw this scene. How could they have suddenly started killing each other? Could it be that these people in front of him had already been instigated by Li Zhongjiu under such circumstances? Li Zhongjiu was simply too resourceful. He actually possessed this kind of strength. Damn it! How could this be? Son of a bitch! Do we still want to kill our way out? Han Wuxiu started to hesitate when he saw that Li Zhongjiu actually possessed such a strange method. After all, Li Zhongjiu was extremely vicious and had many sinister methods. They hadn't brought many people with them this time. Although they were enough to protect themselves, they were still far from enough to kill Li Zhongjiu. Furthermore, Han Wuxiu had yet to see what kind of injuries Li Zhongjiu had sustained. Therefore, Han Wuxiu was already thinking of retreating. If he retreated now, he could wait until later and slowly find an opportunity to kill Li Zhongjiu. Revenge wasn't something that could be rushed. Yes, this matter can't be rushed. Let's retreat for now. As Han Wuxiu was thinking this, he suddenly saw a figure appear in front of him. Suddenly, he saw Li Zhongjiu's figure reappear in the distance. Furthermore, Han Wuxiu noticed that Li Zhongjiu was looking at him. What? He saw me. Han Wuxiu's heart skipped a beat. At such a far distance, Han Wuxiu didn't even use his elemental energy. Instead, he used something called a telescope, which could help people see things 10 miles away. In the end, when he saw Li Zhongjiu's gaze, Han Wuxiu was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. Retreat. Return to the city. If Li Zhongjiu killed all those people, Han Wuxiu would be next. Although he wasn't sure if Li Zhongjiu really saw him, Han Wuxiu had a bad feeling about it. He immediately waved his hand and prepared to leave with his subordinate. However, when he turned around, he felt a ray of moonlight shining down from the sky. When he landed on the ground, Han Wuxiu couldn't help but take a look at the ground. A majestic figure appeared on the ground. What is this? Just as this question arose, an incomparably terrifying power was suddenly released and descended from the sky. It was accompanied by the howl of a wild wolf. Roar! The howling moonwolf king roared and descended from the sky. Its claws landed on the ground and directly grabbed Han Wuxiu, who was in front of it, and sent him flying. Bang! Han Wuxiu was lying on the ground, unable to move. The armor on his body was already in tatters. Everyone in the Special Envoy Department was shocked when they saw this scene. However, in the next moment, the shadow of death loomed over their heads. Swoosh! The wolf's tail swept furiously and instantly sent the surrounding special envoys flying. One of them reacted quickly and was in a better position. He saw the opportunity and immediately pounced on the Howling Moon Wolf King. Then, the sharp sword in his hand slashed the Howling Moon Wolf King's waist. Originally, He thought that if he slashed down with his sword, he should be able to injure the Howling Moon Wolf King. However, the final result was also unexpected. The Howling Moon Wolf King's body was completely unharmed. On the other hand, the person who slashed the sword was directly hit by the terrifying rebounding force. Then, his wrist was shaken until it was about to break. In the end, the sword in his hand flew out of his hand with a swoosh. Damn it! The person who slashed the sword fell to the ground and cursed. Then, he saw the Howling Moon Wolf King's body turn around. Then, the Howling Moon Wolf King bit the person's head off. Only the lower half of the person's body was left on the ground, spurting blood like a fountain. Damn it! Han Wuxiu, who had just regained his senses, could not help but curse when he saw the bloody scene. Immediately, his figure dashed downwards at lightning speed. The subordinates that he had brought along were all killed by the Howling Moon Wolf King in less than half a minute. How could he be so unlucky to be ambushed by a king-level origin beast? Han Wuxiu looked back as he ran. Coincidentally, the Howling Moon Wolf King raised its head and directly threw the last person into its mouth. After chewing, it slowly swallowed. In fact, one could even faintly see an eyeball pop out from the gap between its teeth. Han Wuxiu happened to see this cruel scene. In addition to the severe injuries he had suffered, his legs went numb. He staggered and directly rolled forward. Plop! When he rolled to the bottom of the slope, he saw a figure standing in front of him. Save me, save me! Han Wuxiu saw that the person who came was a middle-aged man. If he appeared at this place at this time, he must have someone to rely on. It seemed like he had found his savior this time. Han Wuxiu hurriedly pulled the middle-aged man's sleeve and said, He, don't worry. You won't die so quickly. When Ying Hu saw Han Wuxiu, the corners of his mouth curled up. Ying Hu had been in Royal City for so many years. How could he not know Han Wuxiu's name? Therefore, when he saw this high and mighty person asking him for help, Ying Hu felt a special kind of joy in his heart. In the past, if he saw these people, he would tuck his tail and take a detour. Chapter 531. At the foot of the Heavenly Horn Mountain. The 5th-grade blood-robed guard was worthy of being called the King of Assassins. To be able to reach the position of 5th bronze, he was not bragging for nothing. Although his body was covered in blood and wounds, he had killed all of his former subordinate. At this moment, he was still alive, sitting on the ground. Looking at the scene of corpses and bones, he finally felt relieved. However, he looked at Li Zongjiu, who was walking over. The 5th bronze blood-robed guard had already given up on the idea of leaving alive. Over the years, he had seen all kinds of people. Now that he saw Li Zongjiu's appearance, he knew that he would not be able to survive today. Everyone had become playthings in Li Zongjiu's hands, and Li Zongjiu was able to toy with them easily. Such an enemy was too terrifying. You. Who are you? The 5th bronze blood-robed guard looked at Li Zongjiu in front of him and asked with difficulty. However, when he heard Li Zongjiu's answer, he could no longer hold on. His neck tilted and he died. After struggling for so long, he could finally have a good rest. Looking at the last person who had breathed his last, he looked back at the corpses around him. Li Zongjiu was quite satisfied with such an outcome. At the very least, a great show of this level was playing out in front of him. This made Li Zongjiu feel much better. The lightning blade scabbard was also opened. When the lightning slash blade was taken out, Li Zongjiu discovered that the power of the lightning slash blade seemed to have increased. This made Li Zongjiu suspicious. Could it be that the lightning blade scabbard had the effect of charging the lightning slash blade? That's right. Usually, the thunder-slaying blade was stored in the thunder-sealing blade scabbard. The creation of the wind and thunder scabbard was extraordinary. The craftsmanship required to forge it was not inferior to that of the thunder-slashing blade. Originally, the blacksmith of the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop came here to take back the thunder beheading saber. If there was any damage to the thunder beheading saber, it only needed to be placed in the thunder beheading saber case to recover. Therefore, they brought the thunder-slashing saber with them. However, they didn't expect that not only did they fail to retrieve the thunder-slashing saber, but the thunder-sealing saber case was also taken away by the other party. Not only that, they even lost their lives for nothing. How could they accept such an outcome? When the Bright Lightning Craftsman Workshop heard the news, they would definitely go crazy. Whoosh whoosh. One man and one wolf landed in front of Li Zhongjie. Shadow Fox landed on the ground and looked at Li Zhongjie, then at the many corpses at his feet. Judging by their attire, they were all Bloodstrike guards. Young master, this indescribable shock was written all over Inghu's face. There were so many corpses, and the one closest to them was actually a 5th bronze blood-robed guard. 5 bronze rank. That was quite powerful. When Shadow Fox saw the insignia of the 5th bronze blood-robed guard, his eyes widened and he sucked in a breath of cold air. My God, young master, where are the people I asked you to capture? Li Zhongjie waved his hand disdainfully. So what if he killed these Bloodstrike guards? He had killed a lot of people. The Howling Moonwolf King immediately stepped forward and swung his tail, throwing a figure to the ground. Han Wuxiu was badly beaten. He rolled a few times and finally stopped in front of Li Zhongjie. He raised his head and looked at Li Zhongjie with his dying breath. He couldn't believe it. That terrifying Wolf King was actually Li Zhongjie's man. Following Li Zhongjie's orders was simply too shocking for Han Wuxiu. So you're the one behind this. I told you to stay away from me. Why didn't you listen? Honest advice is unpleasant to the ear, isn't it? Li Zhongjie squatted in front of Han Wuxiu and patted his face. Han Wuxiu felt powerless. He couldn't resist Li Zhongjie at all. Let me go. At this moment, Han Wuxiu was fully aware of the situation. Making an enemy of Li Zhongjie wouldn't end well. Li Zhongjie wasn't a human. He was a demon. No one knew how much power this demon had. Just the strength it had displayed now was enough to crush him. In Han Wuxiu's eyes, it was as if he had fallen into an abyss of despair. Have a taste of being eaten alive by a wild beast, Li Zhongjie said with a faint smile. Then Li Zhongjie smashed Han Wuxiu's dantian and broke his 4 limbs. Don't leave me here. No. Han Wuxiu shouted. The smell of fresh blood filled the air. As long as one was in the forest, there would definitely be meta-beasts or wild beasts. There was no doubt about that. Normally, they couldn't be seen because they were hiding. Wild beasts weren't stupid. They wouldn't rush out at the slightest movement and be killed. Only when the surroundings returned to normal would they sneak out. Only then would he quietly poke his head out. Let's go. Li Zhongjie waved his hand. There was no need to clean up the scene. He immediately left with Han Wuxiu and the wolf. When the Bloodstrike guards appeared, Li Zhongjie knew that something was wrong. There had to be someone colluding with them to achieve such a level of success. Moreover, Han Wuxiu was very confident. He even dared to spy on him from afar. This was too much and too arrogant. Therefore, Li Zhongjie didn't hesitate. He immediately summoned the Howling Moonwolf King in the city. It didn't matter whether the Shadow Fox came or not. After all, the Howling Moonwolf King alone was enough. The smell of blood in the Heavenly Horn Mountain soared into the sky. It almost spread to a radius of 10 miles. If a meta-beast had a sensitive nose, it would be able to smell it clearly from a dozen miles away. Then, it would rush over. Han Wuxiu, who was lying on the ground, regained some of his strength. But now, his 4 limbs were all broken. However, as the commander of the Special Envoy Department, he naturally had a way to survive. He still had a chance to survive in such a desperate situation. The pain from his limbs made Han Wuxiu break out in cold sweat. He could even feel the wild beasts staring at his body, ready to eat him. Suddenly, Han Wuxiu saw something on the ground. It was the signal flare that they used to call for help. As long as he bit the thing at the tail, he would be able to release the signal. Therefore, Han Wuxiu finally managed to twist his body to the front of the signal flare with all his might. The signal flare seemed to have been placed there on purpose. In Han Wuxiu's opinion, the heavens wanted him to survive. When Han Wuxiu bit down on the signal flare, he realized that it was empty. How could this be? Han Wuxiu was heartbroken. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Finally, a sharp-toothed rat could not resist the temptation of the flesh and blood in front of it. It immediately rushed out and bit Han Wuxiu's stomach. Crunch! Fresh blood mixed with the internal organs gushed out. Han Wuxiu's face finally revealed a look of despair. That's right. The signal flare, which was useless at this moment, had been thrown there on purpose by Li Zongjiu. When you were filled with hope, you suddenly realized that it was just an abnormal despair. At this moment your heart would be in so much pain. Chapter 532. At this moment, the sacred flame royal city was in an uproar. First of all, in the Supreme Tower. Ling Aotian and Prince Xianming had been waiting in the Supreme Tower for half an hour. Prince Xianming had wanted to arrive a little later to show his strength, but he felt that it would be too stingy. Hence, he decided to show up on time. Li Zongjiu would definitely be touched if he knew about it. It was such a great honor. Being able to meet a prince was the most glorious thing for a commoner like him. However, it was obvious that Li Zongjiu did not take Prince Xianming seriously at all. It was only after half an hour that Prince Xianming confirmed that Li Zongjiu had actually dared to reject him. Not only that, but Prince Xianming also found out that his other brothers had also sent invitations to Li Zongjiu, but they had all been ignored. Ignoring a prince was akin to courting death. However, ignoring so many princes made him a hero in many people's eyes. However, this news could not be made known to too many people. If the whole city knew about it, wouldn't it make these princes lose all face? Li Zongjiu, what a great guy! I'd like to see how long you can jump around. Prince Xianming had never expected that Li Zongjiu would actually dare to ignore him. This was simply a great humiliation. However, the more this was the case, the more Prince Xianming thought highly of Li Zongjiu. Of course, he did not want to recruit Li Zongjiu. Instead, he wanted to confront Li Zongjiu head-on and completely trample on Li Zongjiu. When Li Zongjiu was trampled on, they would be very happy. Very happy. Incomparably excited. Prince Xianming's character was like this. No one could be more powerful than him. Everyone had to submit to him. Ling Aotian was naturally punished as well. It would probably be difficult for him to regain his previous trust in a short period of time. This was because Ling Aotian had not settled the matter properly and had instead humiliated his master. Ling Aotian was already considered merciful for not killing Ling Aotian right away. It was impossible to imagine how arrogant and despotic these powerful people would be just by thinking about it with one's brain. Ling Aotian was now considered to be in the cold palace, but there were still so many people that he had to rescue. If he used his family's power, there was no way he could gather so much money. That was a total of 1 billion purple yuan. If he could get it so easily, he wouldn't have to work so hard to cultivate. If he had so much money, he would have used it to buy medicinal pills to improve his strength. If there's really no other way, I can only ask for peace. Ling Outyin could not allow so many of his brothers to be trapped in the dungeon and be tortured. Therefore, he had to think of a way to rescue them as soon as possible. Since Tianshui and Li Zongjiu are from the same hometown, they should at least give each other some face. It seems like I have to find Tianshui and ask her to negotiate with Li Zongjiu. There shouldn't be any problems. Although it was very shameful to ask for help from a woman, he had already asked Yi Tianshui once. If he did it again, it would not be a big problem. Now that Li Zongjiu had provoked so many princes at once, he would probably have a hard time in the future. Therefore, he thought that it would be faster. At the very least, he had to rescue those people first. Boyu Casino. Although the students of the Blazing Sword Union were under house arrest, The people of Bo Yu Casino would not make things too difficult for them as long as they admitted defeat. Moreover, this was mainly aimed at those who were more arrogant. The harder one's mouth was, the more arrogant one would be, and the more one would suffer. In the end, one would become more and more afraid of being arrogant. One would understand that there was nothing one could do here. Gradually, these people learned to be more obedient. Then, Bo Yu Casino gave these people a good meal. In a dungeon, 2 bowls of rice were placed on the ground. When Wan Zhong saw it, he immediately took the 2 bowls of rice in his hands. At this time, the other prisoner was in a semi-conscious state. When he saw the bowl of rice in Wan Zhong's hands, he immediately became alert. However, he did not have any extra strength. He could only shout softly in Wan Zhong's direction, hoping that Wan Zhong would quickly send the rice to him. When Wan Zhong saw the bowl of rice in his hands, he smiled. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He walked to the corner, holding the 2 bowls of rice in his hands. Then, he quietly looked at his companion, who was struggling to crawl to him. However, in the end, he directly fainted. "Don't worry, Chao Lin. When I get out, I will avenge you." Wan Zhong's eyes flashed with cold light. Chao Lin's eyes began to lose focus. He just wanted to eat a mouthful of sweet food to replenish his energy and eliminate his pain. However, he did not expect that Wan Zhong would be so cruel. He held the bowl of rice in his hands, but did not give him a mouthful. Chao Lin finally fainted on the ground. Wan Zhong's eyes flickered slightly. "Chao Lin, you will not die in vain. Now that a student of Chao Wu Pavilion died in the territory of Bo Yu Casino, let's see how many heads Bo Yu Casino has to chop off." Chao Wu Pavilion was the key martial arts academy supported by the Xingyan dynasty. Every year, a large number of elites were trained and would enter the important institutions of the dynasty. Therefore, the Xingyan dynasty attached great importance to Chao Wu Pavilion. Today, if they knew that a young student of Chao Wu Pavilion was poisoned by the evil forces of Jianghu, they would be punished. In addition to the crime of imprisoning them, Li Zongjiu would basically be waiting for his whole family to be executed. Now, there was only Wan Zhong and Chao Lin in the cell. There was no one else. After getting out, of course, he could say whatever he wanted. He helped Chao Lin up and at the same time put the bowl of rice in front of him, pretending that Chao Lin had already received the rice, but did not have time to eat it and finally died of illness. Wan Zhong himself pretended to sleep. When he woke up, he found out about this. Everything was ready. He was just waiting for the right time. It would be best if it was not Wan Zhong who found out, but the people of Bo Yu Casino who found out that someone had died in the dungeon. At that time, they would be begging for forgiveness.